Chapter 463. Requesting a recommendation vote. Yixing flew at high speed with his flying spirit tool. He did not head towards Wu City, but deeper into the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. After more than 2 hours, Yixing did not discover that he was being followed. Only then did he take off the human skin mask and put it away. Soon, the sky turned dark. Yixing used the dark force, and his body was shrouded in a dark aura. He merged with the night sky and continued flying. At this time, Yixing did not go deeper into the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Instead, he flew around the periphery of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. In the dark night, he was shrouded in the dark aura. Even if there were experts who could track him during the day, they would not be able to find his whereabouts at night. Yixing flew through the night, traversing tens of thousands of miles in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Before dawn, he found an underground cave and hid there. This underground cave was dug by a corpse Dao martial artist. However, there were very few corpse Dao martial artists in the periphery of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. This underground cave was absolutely safe. Moreover, even if there were corpse Dao martial artists, there would not be many powerful corpse Dao martial artists in the periphery. Yixing could kill them. Yixing was exhausted. He had consumed a lot of his astral energy, but he did not dare to rest. Only now did he heave a sigh of relief. He took out mid-grade astral crystals to restore his astral energy. This time, Yixing spent more than 2 hours to restore his astral energy to its peak. Then, he started to arrange the array. Venerable Scarlet Flame's storage ring contained a large amount of array formation materials, and many of them were high level 3 array formation materials. Yixing had first set up a level 3 illusion array in Skyburn's burial ground, followed by a warning array formation, a defensive array formation, and a killing array formation. It took a total of 3 days for Yixing to finish setting up the various layers of formations. His heart was completely at ease. The Heavenly Corpse mountain range was so vast that the Blue Dragon Empire did not have enough manpower to search. Furthermore, even if someone were to search for it, it would be impossible for a Venerable One to search for it personally. They could only send many martial artists to search around. If someone really did find this place, they would not be able to discover the illusory formation if their formation skills were not good enough. If his attainments in array formations were high enough and he discovered Yixing's array formation, Yixing would be able to kill him. Yixing would only be in danger if the Azure Dragon Empire's honorable master personally came to this place, but this was basically impossible. Right now, the first thing the Blue Dragon Empire would do was to intercept the exits of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range and investigate Reverend 3 Stars. Although the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was vast and the Blue Dragon Empire couldn't cover every corner, Yixing was also afraid that he would run into the Blue Dragon Empire's people and be hunted down by a Venerable. Therefore, Yixing still decided to hide for 2 months first. It was impossible for the Blue Dragon Empire to investigate indefinitely. After a long time, they would eventually give up, and even if they didn't give up, they would reduce the intensity of the investigation. Yixing took out the corpse jades and refined them one by one with the star fire. In one day, Yixing refined nearly 200 corpse jades. In less than 4 days, Yixing had refined all of the death chi in the corpse jades and turned them into corpse jades that could be directly absorbed. After 4 days of non-stop refining, especially with the help of the flame silk, Yixing's control of the star fire had increased rapidly. This allowed Yixing's understanding of the great power of fire, as well as his attainments in the Flaming Dipper Fist, Sunfire Spear Art, and other fire-attributed martial arts, all of them had increased significantly. On the 8th day of hiding, Yixing began to absorb the corpse jades to cultivate. In his hands, there was 1 rank 12 spiritual level corpse jade, 2 rank 11 spiritual level corpse jades, and 3 rank 10 spiritual level corpse jades. These were the best quality corpse jades, and Yixing couldn't use them for the time being. Yixing's cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the astral realm, so the corpse jades he needed were about the same as ordinary 5 stars enlightened masters. Rank 9 spiritual level corpse jades had great cultivation effects, so it would be a waste to use better corpse jades. Yixing had 4 rank 9 spiritual level corpse jades. 2 days later, Yixing absorbed the first corpse jade and consolidated his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd stage of the astral realm. Another 2 days later, Yixing absorbed the second corpse jade. Yixing's cultivation had accumulated to the limit, and he could break through to the 4th stage of the astral realm at any time. Yixing could clearly feel the barrier to the 4th stage of the astral realm, but after a few attempts, he didn't succeed. The 3rd stage of the astral realm to the 4th stage was the leap from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the astral realm. It was much more difficult to break through compared to other realms. Seeing this, Yixing took out another rank 9 spiritual level corpse jade and absorbed it. He had plenty of corpse jades now, so no matter how strong the 4th stage barrier was, he had to force his way through. When the 3rd 9th grade spirit grade corpse jade was absorbed by Yixing, the barrier to the 4th stage of the astral realm was broken. It was directly broken by the astral energy in Yixing's body. After breaking through to the 4th star enlightened master, Yixing stopped cultivating. He calculated the time and found that he had been hiding here for half a month. During this time, there was no movement in the vicinity, and no one from the Blue Dragon Empire had found this place. The Heavenly Corpse mountain range was so vast that no matter how many martial artists the Blue Dragon Empire sent out, they couldn't finish searching. Therefore, it was normal for no one to find this place. Not only did Yixing bring a lot of rations, but he also had a lot of crystal fire beast meat and frost python meat in his interspatial ring. There was no need to worry about food. Only half a month had passed, and the Blue Dragon Empire wouldn't give up so early. Yixing planned to hide here for 2 months and raise his cultivation to the 5th stage of the astral realm before leaving. These days, his cultivation had increased too quickly. Yixing didn't rush to absorb the corpse jades and break through to the 5th stage of the astral realm. Instead, he first comprehended the martial Tao, the grand momentum of heaven and earth, and cultivated the supreme grade falling star art to a higher realm. Yixing calmed down and comprehended. Whether it was the grand momentum of fire, grand momentum of wind, or grand momentum of darkness, they all improved. Especially the grand momentum of fire, because he used the star fire to refine the chi of death in the corpse jades, it improved the most. Its depth was not inferior to the grand momentum of wind. The grand momentum of wind and fire had already gone very far in the tittle realm. Yixing even began to feel the grand completion of the grand momentum of heaven and earth, unity of heaven and earth. As for the grand momentum of darkness, it was slightly inferior, but it was also very deep in the tittle realm. The grand momentum of darkness was much more difficult to comprehend. It required a specific location to improve greatly. After returning to the Azure Sky region, Yixing planned to head to the Dark Canyon again. Compared to the grand momentum of heaven and earth, Yixing's attainments in the Tao of archery had also improved qualitatively. He went from the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation meant that Yixing's mental energy had reached the 5th stage, which was almost on the same level as a half-step exalt. Not only could it increase the power of his arrows, but it could also allow Yixing to cultivate all kinds of martial arts with half the effort. After reaching the 3rd stage of mental energy, it was very difficult to increase one's mental energy to the 3rd stage. Yixing was already heaven-defying for reaching the 5th stage as a 4-star enlightened master. It was impossible for him to reach the 6th stage in a short time. Chapter 464. Begging for votes. Begging for votes. The closer to the center of the East Divine Continent, the more prosperous the martial Tao was. Most of the powerful empires were gathered in the center of the East Divine Continent. The border regions were dominated by the lower regions. Most of the strongest forces were superior 1-star sects, but there were a few 2-star forces that were at the bottom of the empires but were respected in the border regions. The True Xian region, the Water Sun region, the Jiangning region, and the Dual River region were all located in the eastern border regions of the East Divine Continent. Among them were the 2 upper regions, the Azure Dragon region and the Green Feather region. The Azure Dragon Empire was the ruler of the Azure Dragon region and one of the 2 2-star empires in the surrounding 10 regions. In the surrounding 10 regions, only the Green Feather Empire in the Green Feather region could compete with the Azure Dragon Empire. The other forces were nothing in the Azure Dragon Empire's eyes. In the surrounding 10 regions, only the Green Feather Empire dared to go against the Azure Dragon Empire. But even the Green Feather Empire was afraid of the Azure Dragon Empire. Even though they were not on friendly terms and had always been at odds with the Azure Dragon Empire, they did not dare to kill the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists openly. This time, the 9th Prince of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Shao, had led a team of martial artists. Among them, there were more than 10 venerables and 2 level 3 array grandmasters. However, they were all killed in the Sky Corpse mountain range. What was more serious was that the 9th Prince's meridians were broken and his martial arts were crippled. Moreover, what outsiders didn't know was that the half-step Exalt Realm expert of the Azure Dragon Empire that guarded Black City had perished because of this, and his corpse was obliterated. This was tantamount to touching the Azure Dragon Empire's reverse scale. The Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang, was furious. He personally led 2 one-star venerables, dozens of venerables, and close to 1,000 perfected persons to the Sky Corpse mountain range to capture the murderer. However, Honorable Yuan Guang and his people did not catch the murderer. It was as if the murderer had evaporated into thin air and disappeared without a trace. According to the witnesses, the murderer's name was unknown. He was a young man with a sallow face, a level 3 astral realm cultivation, and a level 3 array grandmaster. He had a red flame set, a supreme grade flying spiritual weapon, and a supreme grade spiritual bow with 7 gems. The experts of the Blue Dragon Empire used this as a clue to search the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. They even sent teams to guard the main entrances and exits of the mountain range, but they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the yellow-faced young man. His face was sallow, like a sickly invalid. With such obvious characteristics, it should be easy to find him, but there was no news at all. Moreover, the tracking experts of the Azure Dragon Empire had been tracking the murderer's aura the entire time. After tracking for a period of time, they had completely lost the trail. No matter how powerful the tracking experts were, they still couldn't find any traces of the murderer. Since the murderer dared to kill, it was obvious that he had something to rely on and wasn't afraid of being tracked down by the experts of the Blue Dragon Empire. The Blue Dragon Empire's martial artists deduced that the murderer's face was most likely a fake. The real person's chi and blood were abundant. In 1,000 people, it was rare for one to appear sickly. A sickly person with a sallow complexion, although the characteristics were obvious, if it was a fake face, no matter how they investigated, they would not be able to find out. One's appearance could be faked, but one's cultivation during battle could not be faked. One's attainments in formations could not be faked either. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Empire expanded the scope of their investigation. All the 3-star venerables in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range were listed as targets. Because of this, most of the witnesses of this incident were found by the Blue Dragon Empire. Even the Blue Feather Empire's team was no exception. Among the Blue Feather Empire's team, only Yu Qinggan knew Yi Xing's identity. Of course, he wouldn't reveal it. The Blue Dragon Empire's experts simply didn't ask anything. The Blue Feather Empire's crown prince being controlled by the Blue Dragon Empire's experts was also a big matter for the Blue Feather Empire. The Blue Feather Empire's venerable Qin Yu personally rushed to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range and took away the Blue Feather Empire's martial artists. The only useful information the Blue Dragon Empire obtained was that the murderer had obtained a large amount of treasures and corpse jades in the Red Flame Venerable's burial ground. Thinking that the murderer might take the risk to absorb the corpse jades and break through, the Blue Dragon Empire expanded the scope of their investigation. Not only the 3-star venerables, but the 4-star venerables were also listed as targets. For a time, the people in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range were in a state of panic, especially the 3-star and 4-star venerables. Many of them were treated as suspects and arrested by the Blue Dragon Empire's experts. Although many were released, there were also those who died unjustly. After a month of investigation, the murderer was still nowhere to be found. There was no news at all. If there was any news of the murderer, the Blue Dragon Empire would definitely pursue it. However, there was no news at all. The Blue Dragon Empire naturally couldn't waste a large number of their experts in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, so they could only give up. Venerable Yuan Guang led the majority of the experts back to the Blue Dragon Empire's capital, leaving behind a small number of people to continue the search in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yixing's top-grade spirit-grade falling star art had broken through to the 4th stage. He had already been hiding in the underground cave for a month and a half. So much time has passed, the Blue Dragon Empire should have already given up. Even if they continue to investigate, there won't be too many people. Counting the days, it's already October. The Yin Qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range is gradually increasing. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse mountain range will be sealed and become a forbidden area. The array, the Scarlet Flame set, and the Big Dipper bow will all expose my identity. If I encounter any danger in the future, I'll have to rely on my own strength to deal with it. I have to seize the time to break through to the 5th stage of the astral realm and then leave the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yixing thought to himself. He was now a 4-star enlightened master, but his astral energy wasn't inferior to a 6-star enlightened master. The corpse jade he needed for cultivation was the same as a 6-star enlightened master's corpse jade. Yixing had a total of 3 10th grade spiritual corpse jades. For an ordinary 6-star enlightened master, 2 10th grade spiritual corpse jades would be enough for a breakthrough. However, Yixing needed more, so 3 pieces would be enough. Yixing circulated the top-grade spirit-grade falling star art and activated the black hole stellar vortex, absorbing the star energy in the corpse jades at a rapid speed. In 2 days, Yixing would absorb 1 piece, and his cultivation would increase by 1,000 miles every day. 6 days later, Yixing finished absorbing the 3 10th grade spiritual corpse jades. His cultivation in the 4th stage of the astral realm had reached its limit. The astral energy in his body was vigorous and surging. Yixing controlled the astral energy and madly attacked the barrier of the 5th stage of the astral realm. The breakthrough from the 4th stage of the astral realm to the 5th stage wasn't as difficult as the breakthrough from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. Yixing had accumulated enough astral energy in his body, so it didn't take long for him to break through the barrier of the 5th stage of the astral realm. The astral energy in Yixing's body had a qualitative improvement again, and the connection between his meridians and stellar vortex was smoother. Yixing successfully broke through to the 5th stage of the enlightened master. At the end of last year, he broke through to the astral realm at the Young Hero Assembly and became a 1-star enlightened master. At that time, his goal was to break through to the 4th stage of the enlightened master in a year. Now that he was a 5-star enlightened master, he exceeded his goal. Chapter 465. There are still 3 more updates tonight. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. From the 3rd stage of the astral star realm to the 4th stage, and from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, my cultivation was forcefully broken through using corpse jades. I haven't had the time to familiarize myself with these 2 realms, so my foundation isn't stable. If I want to build the pagoda higher, every brick has to be sturdy. I can't leave behind any hidden dangers. My cultivation rose too quickly previously, so I have to stay at the 5th stage of the astral star realm for a while to consolidate my foundation. The best way to consolidate one's foundation is to fight. Only by experiencing a life or death battle can a martial artist accurately understand themselves and solidify their foundation as quickly as possible. The East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament will be filled with experts. This will be my stage. The other junior geniuses can be used to practice and consolidate my foundation. After Yixing broke through to the 5th stage of the Tao Master, he made a decision. In another 2 months, it would be the end of the year, and the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Competition would be held. After Yixing left, it wouldn't be long before he set off to participate in the competition among the junior geniuses of the entire East Divine Continent's 108 domains. Yixing removed the array and discovered that the Yin Qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was extremely dense. It was even more dense than the Yin Qi in the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range during the spring and autumn seasons. At this moment, the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was the world of Corpse Dao warriors. Most of the other warriors had already left the Azure Cloud mountain range. When Yixing entered the cave, he didn't encounter any Corpse Dao warriors. However, when he left, he encountered one. The Corpse Dao warrior was at the 4th stage of the astral star realm, but he was easily killed by Yixing. After leaving the underground cave, a pair of flaming wings appeared behind Yixing. It was the Fire Cloud Sect Master's high-grade flying spiritual artifact. Although the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was filled with Yin Qi, causing warriors to retreat, it wasn't the time when the Yin Qi was at its densest. Yixing was worried that there would be experts from the Azure Dragon Empire searching the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Naturally, he couldn't use the Azure Cloud wings or the Black Feather wings. Thankfully, Yixing's worries were unnecessary. He didn't encounter any Azure Dragon Empire warriors until he left the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. After entering the True Xian domain, Yixing went straight to the Boundless Mountain Range, the territory of the demonic beasts in the northern part of the True Xian domain. The Boundless Mountain Range was the largest mountain range in the True Xian domain. It was much larger than the Green Cloud Mountain Range. The demonic beasts in the Boundless Mountain Range were much more powerful. There were even Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Yixing found a peak mid-rank 3 demonic bird in the Boundless Mountain Range, Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. With Yixing's eyes of green cloud, controlling a mid-rank 3 demonic bird was not a problem. After a mental battle, the Lightning Golden Feathered Eagle became Yixing's mount. The wings of flame belonged to the Fire Cloud Sect Master. Even in the true mystic region, Yixing did not dare to use it openly. It was best to use the Fey bird as a means of transportation. Furthermore, Yixing would have an easier time with the demon bird as a means of transportation. He could use the time to cultivate. Ever since he learned the eyes of green cloud, the greatest benefit was that as long as there were demonic beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a mount. This was especially useful when traveling long distances. The Lightning Golden Feathered Eagle was one of the fastest rank 3 demonic birds. It was faster than many high rank 3 demonic birds. It wasn't any slower than Yixing flying at full speed with a supreme grade flying spirit tool. In just a few days, Yixing returned from the northern part of the True Xian domain to the Falling Star sect in the Azure Cloud region. With Wu Yu presiding over everything was as usual. When Yixing returned, he met with his master, Hua Tianfeng, Elder Gu Tianshang, junior sister Lin Tongyu and Wu Yu. Yixing left with Yang Gang in the 4th month and headed to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. It was now October and they had only returned after half a year. These people had been worried about Yixing's safety. Seeing Yixing return safely, they were all delighted. Falling Star Palace, Sect Master's residence. Wu Yu sat in front of Yixing and said, "Yixing, how could you stay in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range alone for such a long time? It was too risky. I heard that something big happened in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, but there was no news of you. As your guardian, I was worried sick." Yixing smiled and said, "It was safer for me to be alone. I stayed in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range for a long time, but I also gained a lot." While speaking, Yixing circulated his astral energy and released his cultivation. Wu Yu was shocked. He stood up and said in shock, "A rank 5 enlightened master, you have reached the 5th level of the astral realm?" At the end of last year, he had broken through the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened master. This year, Yixing had become a rank 5 enlightened master in less than 10 months. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Yixing stood up and asked Wu Yu to sit down. He said, "I got some good fortune in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, so my cultivation improved a little faster than expected." Wu Yu was stunned. He thought, "It's not just a little faster, it's godly speed, okay?" Wu Yu sighed, "No wonder the Venerable Master values you so much. You are indeed not someone the other geniuses of the younger generation can compare to. Last year, Mu Xiaoyue was still able to compete with you, but now, he is far from you. Yixing smiled faintly. He didn't know if Mu Xiaoyue had broken through to the third level of the astral realm. Compared to him, they were not on the same level. Yixing said, "My goal is to be the champion of the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses competition. Only the young geniuses of the 3 high-rank empires are my opponents." Wu Yu's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Even the Qingyu Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire are not ranked in the East Divine Continent. They are at the bottom of the 2-star forces. If you take first place in the large competition, you will really bring honor to the true Xian region. You will definitely be able to shake the East Divine Continent in one fell swoop." After a pause, Wu Yu continued, "In the East Divine Continent, your background is much worse than the other young geniuses. If you take first place, it will be even more shocking. Your name will definitely spread throughout the world. Not just the East Divine Continent, I'm afraid the other 4 continents of the Star Continent will spread your deeds. Although the number 1 in the East Divine Continent can't be compared to the monstrous geniuses of the Middle Sky Continent, you can still be called a heaven's pride." No wonder Wu Yu was so excited. Compared to the East Divine Continent, the true Xian region was a small place. Even the number 1 in the true Xian region, Master Yang Gu, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, was just a nobody in the East Divine Continent. No one in the true Xian region could be famous in the East Divine Continent. If Yixing took first place in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses competition, not only would his name spread throughout the East Divine Continent, but it would also spread throughout the world. If the entire Star Continent were to spread someone's deeds, what kind of glory would that be? Most of the cultivators in the world pursued fame and fortune. Wu Yu was no exception. Even if the famous person was Yixing, as Yixing's Tao protector, he was also excited. Spread throughout the world. Yixing silently muttered in his heart. His goal was to reach the peak of the martial Tao in the Star Continent. Right now, he was still very far away from this goal. However, he would soon reach the stage of the Star Continent. Chapter 466. From Wu Yu, Yixing found out that the true Xian region's team participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Tournament was led by Tiangang Sect's Grand Supreme Elder, Yang Gu. The other 8 high sects would each send an exalted elder, because the top 10 in the true Xian region were all disciples of the 9 high sections. Although the younger generation of the true Xian region wasn't outstanding in the entire East Divine Continent, and they might be eliminated in the first round, the 9 sect alliances placed great importance on this competition. The further one's heart was, the further one could go. The elders of the 9 high sects didn't expect the younger generation to get a good ranking in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition. They just wanted them to see the geniuses of this era and broaden their horizons. They wanted them to know that their achievements were nothing in the eyes of the true Xian region. Only by making them feel pressured would they have the motivation to move forward. The East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition would be held at the end of the year. The team from the true Xian domain would set off a month in advance. They would depart on the 1st of December and head for the Qingyu Empire. They would borrow the teleportation array in the Qingyu Empire and be transported to the border of the Qingyu Empire. After which, they would continue their journey to another empire, the Sky Wolf Empire. The Sky Wolf Empire was a middle-rank empire and possessed an even stronger teleportation array. It was now the end of the 10th lunar month, and there was still a little more than a month to the first day of the 12th lunar month. Yixing could still stay in the Falling Star sect for about a month. In this month, Yixing had many things to do. First, cultivate the Flaming Dipper Fist and the Sun Flaming Spear art. Second, head to the Dark Canyon to comprehend the force of darkness. Third, settle the grudge with the Sun Moon sect. The second day after Yixing arrived at he sent a messenger to the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect had 10 days to disband, and the grudge between the Sun Moon sect and the Falling Star sect would be written off. Otherwise, on the 10th day of the 11th lunar month, I will personally visit the Sun Moon sect and take the head of the Sun Moon sect sect master Yin Wudao. Sun Moon sect. After receiving Yixing's message, the Sun Moon sect sect master Yin Wudao flew into a rage. Our Sun-Moon sect has existed for more than 1,000 years, and we're growing stronger day by day. This little bastard wants our Sun-Moon sect to disband with just a few words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yin Wudao clenched his fists and roared. He was very agitated. If he had known that Yixing's potential was so terrifying, Yin Wudao would never have supported the Dongfu sect's plan to exterminate, then nor would he have accepted the Falling Star sect's disciples from the Dongfu sect, nor would he have sold the Falling Star sect's disciples as slaves to the Nine Heaven City. However, it was impossible to turn back time. Now, the Sun-Moon sect and the Fallen Star sect were already on opposite sides. The hatred between them was deep. When Yin Wudao thought about the speed at which Yixing had risen, he felt a chill run down his spine. He still did not know that Yixing was already a 5-star sage. If he knew that Yixing had broken through 5 realms consecutively within a year, from a 9-star martial sage to a 5-star sage, Yin Wudao would definitely have calmly considered Yixing's suggestion. The reason why Yin Wudao was so agitated was that he did not place enough importance on Yixing. He felt that Yixing's actions were a humiliation to the Sun-Moon sect. Our Sun-Moon sect cannot be compared to the Dongfu sect. He just broke through to the Star Realm at the end of last year, and now he dares to threaten the Sun-Moon sect to take my life. How arrogant! How reckless! Yin Wudao slammed the table in front of him, smashing it into pieces. It was still not enough to vent his anger. Report. Sect Master. The Grand Elder has returned to the sect. While Yin Wudao was raging, a half-step sage ran in from outside and knelt down to report. The Grand Elder of the Sun-Moon sect, Yin Hongdan, was the only 6-star sage in the Sun-Moon sect. After passing the position of sect master to Yin Wudao, she often traveled outside and rarely stayed in the sect. It had been 5 years since he returned from his recent trip. Without Yin Hongdan, the Sun-Moon sect did not encounter any difficulties. Yin Wudao naturally managed the sect well. However, ever since he became enemies with Yixing and Yixing's rise in the young hero competition, Yin Wudao was restless. He did not know what to do about the future. The Falling Star sect had Master Wu Yu of the Tian Gang sect. Yin Wudao didn't dare to act rashly. Furthermore, it wasn't as if the Sun-Moon sect hadn't taken any measures against Yixing. The Great Elder, Yang Ba, had tried to assassinate Yixing, but in the end, Yang Ba had died and Yixing was safe and sound. He could not get rid of Yixing. If he did not get rid of Yixing, he would be closer to death with every passing day. Yin Wudao's days were like years. Now that he heard that the Grand Elder had returned, Yin Wudao was overjoyed. He said, "Gather all the elders and welcome the Grand Elder." In the past, Yin Wudao could not wait for Yin Hongdan to wander outside for a longer time. Without anyone above him, he could manage the Sun-Moon sect as he wished. But now, Yin Wudao was at a loss. When he heard that the Grand Elder had returned, it was as if he had found his backbone. Soon, all the elders of the Sun-Moon sect gathered. Yin Wudao brought the elders to the Sun-Moon sect's mountain gate to wait for Yin Hongdan's return. Not long after, a mid-rank 3 demonic bird appeared in the sky and flew towards the Sun-Moon sect. Behind the demonic bird stood 2 martial artists. One of them had white hair and looked to be an old man in his 60s. The other was dressed in black and had black hair. He was tall and had a scar on his face. He looked to be in his 40s and exuded a murderous aura. Including Yin Wudao, all the elders of the Sun-Moon sect were surprised. The Grand Elder did not return alone. Who was the middle-aged man in black beside him? "Welcome back to the sect, Grand Elder." When the demonic bird arrived above the mountain gate, Yin Wudao and the rest shouted in unison. On the back of the demonic bird, the middle-aged man in black said, "Brother Hongdan, your sect is really respectful to a Grand Elder like you." Yin Hongdan smiled, but he was surprised. In the past, Yin Wudao would appear to welcome him when he returned, but it had never been so grand. It seemed that the Sun-Moon sect was in trouble. Sure enough, when the demonic bird landed, Yin Wudao anxiously said, "Grand Elder, you have returned." If you did not return, the Sun-Moon sect would be gone. In Hongdan was shocked and said, "The Sun-Moon sect is gone. What happened?" In Wudao immediately told him about the grudge between the Sun-Moon sect and the Falling Star sect. He then told him about Yixing's warning. In Hongdan might be old, but he was not a peaceful person. Otherwise, he would not have wandered outside so often. After listening to In Wudao, In Hongdan raised his eyebrows and said, "What a young lad. I left for 5 years and there is actually such a person in the Green Cloud region. However, if he dares to stand on top of my Sun-Moon sect, he is simply courting death." After saying that, In Hongdan introduced the middle-aged man in black to In Wudao and the rest. "This is a good friend I made when I was traveling in the Blue Dragon Empire. He is an expert of the Blue Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, Spiritual Master Long Hong. Although Spiritual Master Long Hong is a 6-star spiritual master, his battle strength is heaven-defying and can be compared to Venerable 7 stars. 10 days later, if that lad dares to come to the Sun-Moon sect, I will definitely make him bleed." Chapter 467. The eyes of In Wudao and all the elders of the Sun-Moon sect lit up. Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, what kind of noble status was that? Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Long Hong was at the 6th level of the astral realm. He didn't have a high status in the Azure Dragon Empire as he belonged to a branch of the Imperial Dragon Clan. However, even if he didn't have a high status in the Azure Dragon Empire, the Imperial Dragon Clan's status was still higher than the elders of the Sun-Moon sect. Especially Long Hong's strength, which was far superior to his peers. He could even fight against the Venerable 7 stars. Cultivators respected the strong, and the elders of the Sun-Moon sect admired Long Hong even more. A sliver of arrogance appeared on Long Hong's face. He nodded at the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect and said, "He's just a junior disciple of an inferior 1-star sect. Even if he's a genius, how much of a genius can he be? Is there a need to wait for him to kill his way here?" In Wudao said, "Spiritual Master Long Hong, you don't know that Yixing has the backing of the Heavenly Dipper sect. The Heavenly Dipper sect is one of the strongest forces in the region. Our sect can't afford to offend them. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dipper sect has an 8 stars venerable guarding the Falling Star sect. Our sect can't do anything to Yixing in the Falling Star sect." Seeing that the Falling Star sect had an 8 stars venerable guarding it, Long Hong didn't mention killing Yixing directly. He changed the topic and said, "Then let's wait for him to come to the Sun-Moon sect. The 8 stars venerable won't come with him, right?" In Wudao thought for a while and said, "Venerable Wu, you probably won't interfere with the battle between Yixing and our sect. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he will save Yixing if he sees that he's in danger. The Heavenly Dipper sect is one of the strongest forces in the region. If Venerable Wu Yu wants us to let him go, we won't dare to disobey." Long Hong chuckled and said, "You guys are afraid of the Heavenly Dipper sect, but I'm not. Brother Hong Dan and I are friends. Leave the Sun-Moon sect's problems to me. If that kid dares to come, I'll kill him. No one can stop me." Yixing practiced Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear art every day. His attainments in the Grand Force of Fire were extremely high. Moreover, his mental power had reached the 5th layer. Cultivating these 2 types of martial arts allowed his attainments to rise very quickly, advancing at a tremendous pace. In less than 10 days, Yixing's Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear art had both reached perfection. As for whether he could break through to the transcendent state, he would need more practice or insight. On this day, Yixing knocked on Hua Tianfeng's door. "Master! Yixing, come in and talk." Hua Tianfeng opened the door and led Yixing into the room. Sitting down, Yixing raised his hand and took out 3 7th-grade spirit-grade corpse jades, handing them over to Hua Tianfeng. Yi Liang said, "Master, these are corpse jades from the Sky Corpse mountain range. They contain the purest star energy. Perhaps they can help you break through to the astral realm." On the road of martial arts, the star-tempering realm was the foundation, the star vortex realm was the beginning, and the astral realm was the true beginning. Only by reaching the astral realm would a martial artist's lifespan increase. It was hard for a martial saint to live 100 years, but Taoist had a lifespan of 200 years. Every great realm of martial arts would increase a martial artist's lifespan. Astral reaching realm Venerable had a lifespan of 300 years. Astral Ocean Realm King had a lifespan of 1,000 years. In the Star Continent, only by becoming a king could one be considered to have stepped onto the peak of martial arts. One could live for 1,000 years without dying. Compared to the Venerable's 300 years, it was a huge leap. Therefore, if one didn't become a king, in the Star Continent, one would only be a supporting role. A king's life would be filled with countless supporting roles, generation after generation. For the majority of martial artists, king was too far away, and venerable was too vague. They were both goals that couldn't be begged for. Only astral realm Taoist could prolong one's lifespan, but it wasn't that difficult. This was the goal of the majority of martial artists. Taoist could live for 200 years after becoming a Taoist, which was the lifespan of 2 lifetimes. Who would want to live for 2 lifetimes? At first, Hua Tianfeng didn't know about corpse jades. However, when Yixing and Yang Gang went to the Sky Corpse mountain range, Master Wu Yu had explained to him the effects of the corpse jades. Therefore, Hua Tianfeng understood. Hua Tianfeng held the corpse jades, his mood surging. He used to be a cripple, but now, his legs had been healed. Moreover, he had the hope of breaking through to the astral realm. This kind of life change was indeed lamentable. And the reason for all this was because he had accepted Yixing as his disciple 2 years ago. A single decision had changed his life. Hua Tianfeng's gratitude towards Yixing couldn't be expressed with words. He said, "I will definitely break through to the astral realm." The only thing he could do was to not let Yixing down and not waste these 3 corpse jades. Yixing smiled and said, "Master, breaking through to the astral realm is a late bloomer. It will definitely open a new golden period for you to continue on the path of martial arts. I have already refined the death qi in the corpse jades. Master can directly absorb the star energy within them." Hua Tianfeng was surprised. He knew that the death qi in the corpse jades couldn't be removed. Martial artists had to absorb the corpse jades slowly. After absorbing one piece, they had to stop for a period of time. Only after the life force in their body had assimilated the death qi could they continue to cultivate the second piece. Even a high-level astral realm Taoist couldn't refine the death qi in the corpse jades. However, the corpse jades that Yixing gave him had already refined the death qi. What a strange realm! Hua Tianfeng knew that this was Yixing's special method that couldn't be spread. Hua Tianfeng sighed and said, "A late bloomer is a late bloomer. Opening a new golden period isn't just talk. It requires great enlightenment. It's already good that I can break through to the astral realm with these corpse jades. Elder Gu did it. You have to go out and train often. In the future, Elder Gu will have to take care of the Falling Star sect." Yixing nodded. When Gu Tianshang's cultivation reached the 3rd stage of the astral realm, he would pass the position of Falling Star sect master to Gu Tianshang. Yixing changed the topic and said, "The deadline I gave to the Sun Moon sect is up. There is no news of the Sun Moon sect disbanding. Tomorrow, I will set off to the Sun Moon sect to wash away the shame of the sect. After that, I will train in the Azure Cloud Mountain for a short period of time. When I return, Master should be a astral realm Taoist." Hua Tianfeng knew that Yixing was now a 5 astral Taoist. He was very powerful and could challenge those above his level. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Yixing's trip to the Sun Moon sect. Hua Tianfeng said, "Master will wait for your triumphant return." After leaving Hua Tianfeng's residence, Yixing went to Gu Tianshang and Lin Tongyu's residence. He gave Gu Tianshang 4 spirit-grade corpse jades and 2 spirit-grade corpse jades. Gu Tianshang was a late bloomer. He had opened a new golden period. With these corpse jades, it was very possible for him to become a 4-astral Daoist in the future. As for Lin Tongyu, Yixing gave her a spirit grade mid-grade corpse jade. Chapter 46. Although Yixing had a large amount of low and mid-spirit level corpse jades, Yixing didn't plan to take them out for the time being. Hua Tianfeng, Gu Tiansheng, and Lin Tongyu were all people that Yixing trusted. Of course, he could give them the corpse jades that had been refined with death qi. As for the other disciples of the Yixing didn't trust all of them. Moreover, if he took out a large amount of corpse jades and allowed the disciples of the Falling Star sect to increase their cultivation rapidly, it would attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. Normally, the Blue Dragon Empire wouldn't pay attention to a small area like the Azure Sky District in the True Xian region. However, a large amount of corpse jades was a clue to the murderer of the Blue Dragon Empire. Once the news spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. Only when he had enough strength would Yixing take out all the corpse jades. At that time, even if the Blue Dragon Empire found out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yixing. The next day, Yixing left the Falling Star sect on the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. The Lightning Golden Feather Eagle was extremely fast. The Falling Star sect was 70 to 80,000 miles away from the Sun Moon sect, but it arrived in less than half a day. Today was the 10th of the 11th month, the day that Yixing said he would kill his way into the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect was heavily guarded. Yixing appeared in sight on the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. The Sun Moon sect was already prepared. A large number of enlightened masters flew out from the main peak of the sect. Seeing that the Sun Moon sect was still unprovoked, Yixing's eyes narrowed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed that if he didn't use ruthless methods today, the Sun Moon sect wouldn't know how serious the situation was. Yixing's warning wasn't a joke. The Lightning Golden Feather Eagle stopped outside the Sun Moon sect's mountain gate. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators were all inside the array. Yixing's gaze swept past them one by one and landed on Yin Hongdan and Long Hong. These two people were both 6 stars venerable masters, and according to Yixing's knowledge, the Sun Moon sect only had one supreme elder at the 6th stage of the astral realm, and he was always wandering outside. From the looks of it, the supreme elder of the Sun Moon sect had already returned to the sect, and had even brought some helpers with him. However, regardless of whether it was the supreme elder of the Sun Moon sect or the helpers that he had brought, Yixing did not care about them at all. With Yixing's current strength and his perfect upper spiritual martial force, a 6 stars enlightened master was nothing before him. Unless, of course, he was a genius of the younger generation who could fight above his level. Yixing stood on the back of the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle and shouted, "Today, the Sun Moon sect must be destroyed, and Yin Wudao must die. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." The Sun Moon sect's cultivators were all stunned. Yixing's astral meridians locked star veins made them unable to tell that Yixing's cultivation was already at the 5 stars enlightened master level. They were very puzzled that Yixing dared to attack the Sun Moon sect alone. From their point of view, Yixing alone could not be compared to the Sun Moon sect's cultivators. Their fear of Yixing was more due to the Heavenly Dipper sect and Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu did not appear. Today, only Yixing had come alone. This was simply walking into a trap and seeking his own death. A person who was seeking his own death dared to speak so arrogantly. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators could not understand what Yixing was relying on. Even if Wu Yu did not appear, Yin Wudao was still very afraid of the Heavenly Dipper sect. Even if Long Hong was from the Dragon Royal family of the Tsang Dragon Empire, he could not always stay in the Sun Moon sect. Therefore, the Sun Moon sect still had to respect the Heavenly Dipper sect. Yin Wudao stepped forward and said, "Yixing, don't go too far. Your Falling Star sect has been rebuilt, and your disciples have been saved. Plus, you have killed many of my Sun Moon sect's enlightened masters and elders. What else do you want? You want to destroy my Sun Moon sect because of such a small matter? You have no right to do so." Yin Wudao's attitude was firm at first. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "You have killed many of my Sun-Moon sect's enlightened masters and elders. My sect can also compensate your falling star sect's disciples for their suffering. From now on, all grudges are written off. Everyone will mind their own business. What do you think?" Yin Wudao's words made Long Hong pucker his lips. He didn't put the Heavenly Dipper sect in his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he killed Yixing, the Sun-Moon sect's danger would be resolved. However, since the Sun-Moon sect had taken the initiative to ask for peace with Yixing, Long Hong would not say such words. Yin Wudao wanted to ask for peace with Yixing, but Yixing would not agree. There was a price to pay for everything. The Sun-Moon sect had participated in the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Yixing's report to them was that the Sun-Moon sect would be destroyed. The people could live, but the sect would be destroyed. The Falling Star sect's disciples were sold as slaves. This matter was related to the Sun-Moon sect's patriarch, Yin Wudao. However, the Falling Star sect's disciples were saved by Yixing. Furthermore, Yixing had already killed many of their enlightened masters and elders. If Yin Wudao had listened to Yixing's warning and disbanded the Sun-Moon sect, then Yixing would have let bygones be bygones. Even if the Sun-Moon sect moved out of the Qingyun region and established another sect in another region, Yixing would not have investigated and killed them. However, the Sun-Moon sect ignored Yixing's warning. Then, Yixing would take Yin Wudao's head today. There was no price for this. It was the same for the Sun-Moon sect's destruction. There was no price for this. Yixing's face turned cold, revealing a murderous aura. He said coldly, "The destruction of the Falling Star sect is a small matter in your eyes. However, in my eyes, this is an irreconcilable hatred. From the moment the Sun-Moon sect participated in the destruction of the Sun-Moon sect and the Falling Star sect are irreconcilable. There is the Sun-Moon sect, there is not here is no Sun-Moon sect." Yixing's cold eyes swept across the Sun-Moon sect's martial artists one by one, revealing a murderous intent. He continued, "I have already given the Sun-Moon sect a chance to disband, but you did not take it to heart. Since I am here today, the situation has changed. Everything else can be discussed, but there are two things that must be done. First, Yin Wudao, you must die. Second, the Sun-Moon sect must disappear." Yin Wudao roared, "Yixing, you have forced our sect into a dead end. There is no benefit for you. Even if you have the Heavenly Dipper sect as your backing, if you don't let me live, I won't let you live either." Yixing's eyes were calm. He said indifferently, "If it was before, you would have had the chance to die with me. But now, if I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't kill yourself, I will kill you. If the Sun-Moon sect doesn't disband, I will kill until it disbands." Yin Wudao was furious, his face twisted. Long Hong, who was beside him, laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. This brat is crazy enough. I have said it before. Kill him and end everything. If you don't dare to kill him, I will." Chapter 469. Yin Wudao cupped his fists and bowed to Long Hong. "Thank you, spiritual master Long Hong." Yin Wudao would never disband the sect and commit suicide. However, they were afraid of the Big Dipper sect and did not dare to kill Yixing personally. At this time, it was naturally better for Long Hong to make a move. After that, the Big Dipper sect could only blame Long Hong and had nothing to do with the Sun-Moon sect. Long Hong chuckled and said, "It's just a small matter." As he spoke, Long Hong had already walked out of the Sun-Moon sect's array. Yixing sized up Long Hong and said, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you." Long Hong said indifferently. He did not put Yixing in his eyes at all. How high could Yixing's cultivation be at such a young age? Moreover, Long Hong had already found out about Yixing last night. He knew that Yixing was the #1 junior in the true Xian region. At the end of last year, he broke through to the star realm and became a 1-star sage. Only 10 months had passed this year. Even if Yixing was a genius, it would be good if he could break through to the 2-star sage. At most, he could break through to the 3rd-star sage. Long Hong was a 6-star sage. Moreover, he was invincible in the same realm. He had the battle record of not losing to the 7-star sage. How could he put Yixing, the number 1 junior in the true Xian region, in his eyes? Long Hong said with a smile, "Kid, you are very arrogant. However, arrogant people usually die early. I heard that you are the number 1 junior genius in the true Xian region. TSK, your talent is indeed not bad. However, the more talented you are, the more fun it will be for me to kill you." Long Hong clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He revealed a very satisfied expression and continued, "You should have a very good future, but I just like to kill the future of geniuses." Satisfying. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he had already killed Yixing and was very intoxicated. Indeed, even though he hadn't killed Yixing yet, in his eyes, Yixing was already a dead man. Yixing looked deeply at Long Hong and said, "You're courting death." Long Hong sneered and said, "Brat, don't think that just because you've hugged the thigh of the Tiangang sect, you can show off and be arrogant and conceited. The Tiangang sect is only a little famous in the true Xian region. Outside of the true Xian region, it's nothing. I, Long Hong, don't care about the Tiangang sect. Die." The moment Long Hong's voice fell, he took the initiative to attacking Yixing. A high-grade spirit spear appeared in Long Hong's hand, and he thrust it towards Yixing. The astral spear shot out explosively, transforming into a flood dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, its might shaking the heavens. In an instant, the sky changed color, the ground was blown up in all directions, and rocks were thrown into the air. As the spear shot out, the surroundings dimmed, leaving only the resplendent Jiao Dragon Spear astral chi, which was intimidating. Long Hong's top-grade spirit martial art, the Flood Dragon Spear art, had already been cultivated to small success. Its might was comparable to a high-grade spirit martial art at perfection. As soon as he attacked, Long Hong displayed a combat strength that far surpassed those at the same step as him. The eyes of the Sun Moon sect martial artists brightened. With Long Hong's formidable strength, he could definitely instantly kill Yixing. Even if Guru Wu Yu was secretly protecting him, he still wouldn't be able to save him in time. Facing Long Hong's spear, Yixing's eyebrows shot up. He thought that this person's strength was indeed extraordinary. He had seen Guru's 7 stars attack before, but it wasn't anything special. The black dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand. Yixing's aura erupted, revealing his 5th-level astral realm cultivation. Facing Long Hong's attack, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he counterattacked with his spear. Sunflame Spear Art, Burn Annihilation. The surroundings suddenly became scorching hot. The black dragon spear thrust out, bringing with it a raging inferno, as if a sea of fire were pouring down. Although Yixing's Sunflame Spear art was a high-grade spirit martial art, it had already been cultivated to perfection. Its might was no weaker than Long Hong's Flood Dragon Spear art. Moreover, Yixing's cultivation method inheritance had reached the 4th level of the top-grade spirit-level Falling Star art. He was no worse than Long Hong. But, when it came to comprehending the momentum of the world, Yixing's comprehension was on a higher level. Thus, Yixing's spear attack was only stronger than Long Hong's. Bang! The black dragon spear pierced straight through Long Hong's Flood Dragon Spear astral chi, causing layer after layer of it to collapse and disintegrate. Long Hong was startled. The Sun Moon sect elders were also horrified. They looked at Yixing with disbelief. Yixing had actually reached the 5th level of the astral realm. At the end of last year, he had broken through to the astral realm. Now, only 10 months had passed and he was already a 5-star sage. This cultivation speed was simply divine. The Sun Moon sect elders couldn't believe this was reality. Yixing had won first place at the Young Hero Assembly with his 1st level of the astral realm cultivation. He had the combat strength to defeat opponents 2 realms above him. Now that he was a 5-star sage, he was able to block Long Hong's attack. In the eyes of the Sun-Moon sect elders, this was normal. But Long Hong felt this wasn't normal. He was well aware just how difficult it was to jump realms to challenge someone. He was able to fight a 7-star sage as a 6-star sage. That was already a 1 in a million existence. But Yixing was a 5-star sage and yet his spear was stronger than his. This was simply unacceptable. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Long Hong's eyebrows. It shot into the skies, turning into an incomparably resplendent mass of light. High-grade star form, North Star. The North Star form was a special star form. It was different from the others. It shines so brightly that one couldn't see the shape of a star, only a mass of light. Therefore, the North Star form was also known as the Aurora Borealis. It was the strongest star form among the high-grade star forms. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary extreme-grade star form. Long Hong was able to fight a 7-star sage without losing because of his high attainments in martial arts. But the biggest reason was that the power of his star form was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Most supremacies had high-grade star forms. It was very rare to have a star form that had reached the peak of high-grade star forms. This was what Long Hong was most proud of. The North Star form was also a top star form even among the supremacies. Die, Flood Dragon traversing the 4 seas. Long Hong roared and waved his high-grade spirit spear. Instantly, 4 Flood Dragon spears shot out. They walked on the water and attacked Yixing at the same time. This move was one of the ultimate moves of the Flood Dragon spear technique. The 4-crossing Flood Dragon attack contained the power of a formation, and its power was multiplied. Moreover, the Aurora Borealis shined. Brilliant starlight fell down, causing these 4 Flood Dragons to shine with a dazzling light. They contained a terrifying power of stars, making them even more formidable. Long Hong had brought out his true ability. Yixing didn't hesitate either. He instantly used the Fire Star form. Yixing's Fire Star form was also at the peak of high-grade star forms. It was no weaker than the North Star form. Endless power of fire fell down, causing the power of Yixing's flames to rapidly rise. Kill! Yixing shouted out loud, his momentum overwhelming. The Black Dragon spear bloomed with a blazing sun-like light as it shot towards Long Hong. Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. In this spear strike, Yixing displayed the power of his star form, the power of the world, the power of the stars, and his martial arts attainments to the limit. Its power was world-shocking, peerlessly powerful, shaking the heavens and earth, unstoppable. Chapter 470. Puff. 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 In a split second, the Black Dragon spear was like a blazing sun, piercing through the 4 Flood Dragon astral spears and smashing them to pieces. Yixing's fire potential had already neared large success. His attainments in the subtle realm were extremely high, and when combined with the highest level of Fire Star, the power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. A terrifying fire potential swept out like an ocean. As the 4 Flood Dragon astral spears were smashed apart, Long Hong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Bang! Long Hong crashed 100 meters away. At this time, a light flashed and Yixing thrust out his spear like a meteor. Stop! Long Hong screamed out. Yin Wudao's eyes narrowed. He hoped that Yixing's spear wouldn't stop, but would directly pierce through and take Long Hong's life. If so, the Blue Dragon Empire would definitely send people to investigate the cause of Long Hong's death. Yixing had provoked the Blue Dragon Empire and would undoubtedly die. Yin Wudao's hopes didn't come true. The Black Dragon spear's spear point stopped at Long Hong's throat. Yixing's eyes flashed like lightning. He stared at Long Hong and said, "Do you have any last words?" Long Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face revealed a ferocious expression. I am from the Blue Dragon Empire's royal dragon family. Do you know what the Blue Dragon Empire is? It is a 2-star influence and you dare to injure me. Do you want to die? Yi Xing's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed with killing intent. This person was actually from the Blue Dragon Empire's royal dragon family. Towards the Blue Dragon Empire and the royal dragon family, Yi Xing loathed them to the extreme. However, Yi Xing remained calm and suppressed his killing intent. He couldn't kill this Long Hong. Once he died, the Blue Dragon Empire would send people to investigate. Yi Xing didn't want the Blue Dragon Empire's attention to the Clear Sky region. I'll spare his life. Even if he wants to retaliate, he will only invite his friends. He is only a 6-star true master, how strong can his friends be? If he dies, the Blue Dragon Empire will likely send out extremely strong masters to investigate. Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear and said, "Scram." Long Hong crawled up and ate a healing elixir. His complexion immediately improved, and his expression hardened as he shouted, "Brat, you know I'm from the Blue Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, yet you still dare to be so arrogant, Boom! A scorching aura rushed over, and Yi Xing suddenly struck out with his spear. The spear aura was like a scorching sun as it flew through the sky. Long Hong immediately let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying several hundred meters away. There was an additional bloody hole on his body. Yi Xing said coldly, "I'll give you a second chance, Scram. If I still see you within 10 breaths of time, you can go down to the underworld and brag to the ghosts about your identity as a member of the Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan." Long Hong fell to the ground and coughed up a great mouthful of blood. His entire body was cold. He thought that once he revealed his identity, Yi Xing would apologize to him and beg for mercy. But how could he have imagined that Yi Xing would disregard his status and attack him so ruthlessly? How could Long Hong not understand that his status as a member of the Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan couldn't scare Yi Xing? If he continued to pester him, Yi Xing would definitely kill him. Thinking of death, Long Hong's heart was filled with fear. He quickly ran for his life. At this time, how could he still care about the Sun Moon sect? "Don't let me see you a second time." Yi Xing's voice sounded out from behind, causing Long Hong's heart to turn cold. Long Hong rapidly ran away, soon disappearing from sight. Yi Xing's eyes fell upon the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect. The same person, the same gaze, but at this time, the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect felt completely different. As Yi Xing's eyes swept over them, their hearts trembled, as if a sharp blade had cut across their bodies. They were already filled with fear towards Yi Xing. When Yi Xing's eyes fell on Yin Wudao's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. He shouted, "What compensation do you want? Our sect will compensate you. I can also disband the Sun Moon sect. I can agree to anything you want." Yi Xing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "It's too late to say this now." As his voice fell, Yi Xing's aura suddenly erupted. The fire star aspect bloomed, and endless starlight fell. The power of the fire star aspect was extremely strong. Whoosh, Yi Xing used incinerate. With a thrust of his spear, endless flames surged out like a sea of fire. Yi Xing didn't waste time. He directly broke through the array. His eyes swept over the array. He had already observed the array of the Sun Moon sect clearly. Naturally, he knew where the weak points of the array were. The Sun Moon sect was a mid-grade 1-star sect that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. The sect's array was formed by countless level 3 minor success array. One layer after another, it was continuous. If external enemies attacked, a mid-grade perfected one wouldn't be able to shake it. Even Venerable 7-star would find it difficult to break through the array if he didn't understand it. However, as soon as Yi Xing made his move, the array formations collapsed layer by layer wherever the spear light touched. The level 3 array formations at the initial success stage lost their might like they were made of tofu. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect were shocked. Yin Wudao's face was pale. Without Long Hong, the sex array was his only hope. However, it seemed that the sex array couldn't stop Yixing. There was only one reason why Yixing could break the array so quickly. He clearly understood the structure of the Sun-Moon sex array. He clearly knew the flaws of the array. The martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect couldn't understand. How could Yixing understand the structure of the Sun-Moon sex array? The array masters of the Sun-Moon sect were stunned when they saw Yixing attack and the array collapse. Yin Wudao was the first to react. He shouted to the array masters, "Quick, activate all the arrays and kill this brat. Kill him." The Sun-Moon sect had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. How many arrays did they leave behind? Even if Yixing's speed was fast, he wouldn't be able to break through them in a short time. There were still many arrays in the sect. If they were activated, their power would still be shocking. The array masters reacted. They were about to activate the arrays when they were stopped by Yin Hongdan. Yin Hongdan said, "Activate the arrays. Don't block it." Yin Wudao was shocked. He said in shock, "Grand Elder, what did you say?" Yin Hongdan's face turned green. She shouted, "It's all because of you that our sect ended up like this. Our 1,000 years of foundation was destroyed by your hands. Kill yourself." As she spoke, Yin Hongdan looked at the formation elders. "Open the formation." Yin Hongdan's prestige was obviously higher than Yin Wudao's. The array masters all moved to activate the arrays to prevent them from being destroyed by Yixing. "No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Seeing that the sex array had been opened, Yin Wudao's emotions were on the verge of insanity. He shouted loudly as he rushed into the sky, trying to escape. "Die!" Yin Hongdan rushed into the sky and caught up with Yin Wudao in the blink of an eye. Her palm landed on Yin Wudao's head. Yin Wudao's head was directly smashed into his chest by Yin Hongdan. He died instantly and fell from the sky. In the Green Cloud region, Yin Wudao was considered a hero. But he died like this. Second update. There is a third and fourth update tonight. Please vote for me. Chapter 471. The Sun-Moon sex formation had been activated. Yixing stopped attacking after witnessing Yin Wudao's death. Yin Hongtong threw Yin Wudao's corpse over and said, "Young Master Yi, Yin Wudao is dead. Please give the Sun-Moon sect a way out." Yixing said indifferently, "From today onwards, the Sun-Moon sect will no longer exist in the Azure Cloud region. I'll give you 10 days. After 10 days, if there are still people from the Sun-Moon sect, kill them without mercy." Yixing waved his hand and a ball of fire enveloped Yin Wudao's corpse, burning it to ashes. Then, Yixing jumped on the lightning golden-feathered eagle and soared into the sky, disappearing quickly. The Sun-Moon sect's cultivators who participated in the Falling Star sect's destruction, the Falling Star sect's disciples as slaves, and the Sun-Moon sect's patriarch were all dead. Yixing didn't want to kill anymore. As long as the Sun-Moon sect disappeared from the Azure Cloud region, he could forget about this grudge. Seeing Yixing's figure disappear into the horizon, the Sun-Moon sect's patriarchs gathered in front of Yin Hongdan, waiting for her to make a decision. Yin Hongdan looked around at the mountains and rivers of the Sun-Moon sect and said, "Disciples of the Star-Tempering Realm, disperse and return home. Sect members of the Star Vortex Realm and above, leave if you're willing. The rest, follow me and leave the Azure Cloud region to find another sect." Yixing left the Sun-Moon sect and headed towards the Azure Cloud mountain range. In 10 days, he would depart for the Nine Heavens city. During this time, he would go to the Dark Valley to comprehend the Dark Force. He would strive to deepen his understanding of the Dark Force. The lightning golden-feathered eagle was extremely fast, like a ray of light, streaking across the sky. Yixing sat cross-legged on the back of the golden-feathered eagle, circulating the spirit-level extreme-grade falling star incantation to increase his attainment. With his current true strength, he could raise the falling star incantation to the 5th level at most. Not long after leaving the Sun-Moon sect, Yixing's expression suddenly changed and he stopped cultivating. His mental power had reached the 5th level. In terms of sensing auras, he was no weaker than a half-step venerable. He sensed 4 powerful auras coming from behind him. Among them, 3 were the auras of martial artists and 1 was the aura of a demonic beast. Yixing stood up and looked behind him. Indeed, there was a black tiger with 4 wings flying at an extremely fast speed in the forest. There were 3 martial artists standing on the back of the black tiger. The speed of this 4-winged black tiger seemed to be even faster than the lightning golden-feathered eagle. The distance between the 2 parties was constantly closing. Yixing got the lightning golden feather eagle to land on a mountain peak. Then, he watched as the 4-winged black tiger intercepted the 3 cultivators. At this moment, Yixing was not afraid of cultivators below the honorable realm. The auras of the 3 cultivators and the black tiger demonic beast were locked onto him. He might as well wait for them to catch up and see what they wanted to do. As the other party got closer and closer, Yixing looked into the distance and saw more and more clearly. His eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed with killing intent. The 3 cultivators were all dressed in black with the word, "Kill," engraved on their sleeves. They were the assassins of the 7 Kill League. Yixing scanned them with his super brain and saw their cultivation. The one in the middle was an 8-star venerable while the other 2 were 7-star venerable. In addition, the 4-winged black tiger was a rank 3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak 7-star venerable. How could Yixing not know that the assassins of the 7 Kill League had come to the Azure Cloud region for him? Such a team was more than enough to assassinate an 8-star venerable. The 7 Kill League was really willing to pay a big price. Since the first assassination failed, the 7 Kill League had sent another rank 7 Astral Realm assassin to the Azure Cloud region. However, Yixing had already left and there was no news of him. Moreover, the Falling Star sect was guarded by Wu Yu, so the assassin could not enter the Falling Star sect to investigate. Now that Yixing had returned to the Azure Cloud region, the 7 Kill League naturally left people to gather information and soon sent out another assassin. They sent out such a team of assassins because if Yixing hid in the Falling Star sect and did not come out, they would kill him by force. Even Wu Yu would not be able to stop them. When the assassins of the 7 Kill League arrived at the Azure Cloud region, they knew that Yixing was going to kill the Sun-Moon sect on November 10th, so they waited near the Sun-Moon sect. They did not make a move before because they wanted to see how Yixing was. Now, they knew that Yixing's strength should be above the 7-star venerables. However, they had 2 7-star venerables and an 8-star venerable. Therefore, the assassins of the 7 Kill League did not plan to secretly follow Yixing and assassinate him at night. They did not want to make the assassination more difficult when Yixing returned to the Falling Star sect. Yixing stopped and the assassins of the 7 Kill League caught up with him. The 3 men and 1 demonic beast split up and surrounded Yixing from 4 directions to prevent Yixing from escaping. Yixing smirked. If he wanted to escape, why would he stay and wait? The 3 men and 1 demonic beast surrounded Yixing. They were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they were curious why Yixing did not escape. The 8-star venerable asked, "You know that we're chasing you, but you still dare to stop and wait. You're quite brave." Yixing stood on the back of the golden feather eagle and said calmly, "You know that I'm waiting, but you still dare to chase after me. You're quite brave too." The 8-star venerable was stunned. He thought about what Yixing said and felt that it made sense. However, he did not believe that Yixing, who was only in the 5th stage of the astral star realm, could do anything to the 3 men and 1 demonic beast. The 8-star venerable snorted and waved his hand, giving the order to kill. Venerable 7-star, who was on Yixing's right, took out a high-grade spirit bow and a spirit-grade treasure arrow. He knocked the arrow and locked onto Yixing. In the blink of an eye, the arrow left the bow. On the left, Venerable 7-star took out a long whip, which was also a high-grade spirit weapon. It was unknown how long this whip was, but when he swung it, the long whip was like a snake, twisting and turning as it struck towards Yixing. The 8-star Venerable was in front of Yixing. He used the power of his astrology, and a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a dark star. The light in all directions dimmed, and the 8-star Venerable merged into the darkness. It was a dark astrology, which was the same type as the black hole astrology. However, it was of a much lower grade. It was a high-grade astrology. This was Yixing's first time encountering a dark astrology. Although it was daytime, it was no different from evening under the dark celestial aspect. The assassination technique that Venerable 8 Stars cultivated was related to darkness. He disappeared without a trace in the dark air, but a sharp aura shot toward Yixing. The three of them attacked with all their strength. They did not underestimate Yixing just because he was a 5-star Venerable. It was the same for the assassins. When the three assassins attacked, the four-winged black tiger behind Yixing opened its mouth at Yixing and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the sound waves surged, and the calm air surged like a violent ocean. The sound contained a terrifying power. Moreover, one of the sound waves condensed into the shape of a tiger. It was 30 meters long and contained terrifying power. It reached out its claws and slapped toward the back of Yixing's head. Chapter 472. The Venerable 8-star waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks were already in front of Yixing. Moreover, the Venerable 8 Stars' attacks were traceless, which was the most terrifying and impossible to defend against. In the face of such a technique, even a Venerable Master of the 8th stage of the astral star realm would not be able to escape death if he had to defend against the attacks of the Venerable Master 7 Stars, the 4-winged black tiger, and the Venerable Master 8 Stars. However, their target was Yixing. Once Yixing used his true skills, the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable would not be able to compare to him. Facing the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks, Yixing's expression was normal. Instead, he curled his lips into a smile. As the corners of his mouth curled up, 2 flame array flags appeared in an instant. They grew to the size of 10 feet and revolved around him, forming a flame shield array. The flame shield formation was a level 3 defensive formation. It could even block the Venerable 9 Stars' attacks. Although the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks were powerful, they were not comparable to the Venerable 9-star realm Venerables. The flame shield formation was impenetrable. No matter where the attacks came from, they could not break through. The Venerable 8-star realm Venerable was completely restrained. Assassination in the shadows was to find the enemy's weakness and kill them with one blow. The flame shield formation was an all-around defense. There were no weaknesses. Of course, the formation had weaknesses, but the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable could not find them. Moreover, the formation's weaknesses were only relative. In front of the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable, the formation's weaknesses were not weaknesses. The flame shield formation blocked all the arrows and whips from the Venerable 7-star realm Venerable, the 4-winged black tiger's sonic attack, and the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable's assassination. Yixing was safe and sound. The 3 assassins were shocked. The Venerable 7-star realm Venerable, who used a bow and arrow, exclaimed, "A level 3 array Grandmaster." A level 3 array Grandmaster could make a level 3 defensive formation flag that could block the attacks of all Venerables. A level 3 offensive formation flag could defeat all Venerables. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that all the Venerables were included. Some of the more powerful 9-star Venerables might not be included, but 7-star Venerables and 8-star Venerables were definitely included. A level 3 array Grandmaster had defensive and offensive array flags. This was a necessary skill for an array master. Unless they lacked the materials for an array flag, they would definitely refine one. The 3 assassins were all terrified. If Yixing had a level 3 offensive array flag, then they would be no different from ants in front of Yixing. Their worries were clearly not unfounded. Just as the 3 people and 1 beast's attacks were blocked, Yixing instantly took out a few more array flags. Each array flag was green in color and had the totem of flowers and trees engraved on them. They were the array flags of the Green Wood Sword Array. The level 3 greenwood sword formation was activated. In an instant, countless greenwood sword chi shot out, densely packed like a rainstorm. The greenwood sword chi split up and shot toward the three killers. The two 7-star venerables had their air transportation spiritual devices appear behind them. They quickly retreated in horror. However, the greenwood sword chi was faster and caught up with them in the blink of an eye. The two of them were immediately cut into pieces by the greenwood sword chi. The 8-star venerables hid in the shadows and escaped with the help of the dark astral avatar. Yixing activated his super brain to scan and instantly captured the 8-star venerable's figure. The greenwood sword chi landed accurately. With a shrill scream, the 8-star venerables instantly turned into a rain of blood. Even until his death, he did not understand how Yixing could see his whereabouts. As for the 4-winged black tiger, even though it was a demonic beast with a ferocious temperament and was much braver than human martial artists, it was still trembling in fear when the 3 assassins were killed. It was almost scared out of its wits and turned to flee. The 4-winged black tiger was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to 10 miles away. The crimson flame suit instantly appeared outside of Yixing's body. He held the Big Dipper bow in his hand and instantly shot out a starlight arrow. The starlight arrow was much faster than the 4-winged black tiger. It instantly hit one of its wings. The intense pain immediately caused the 4-winged black tiger to fall from the sky. It was seriously injured. Yixing put away the Big Dipper bow and hid the crimson flame suit in his body. The azure cloud wings appeared, and he quickly flew to the 4-winged black tiger's side. The greenwood sword formation was activated. Countless greenwood sword chi fell and froze in the air. The 4-winged black tiger was so frightened that it trembled all over. At this moment, 2 clouds of whirlpools appeared in Yixing's eyes. He used the eyes of azure cloud. With Yixing's current attainment in the eyes of azure cloud, he couldn't forcefully subdue a demonic beast that was equivalent to venerable 7 stars. However, under the suppression of absolute strength, the 4-winged black tiger was terrified. It already had thoughts of submitting to Yixing. At this moment, Yixing used the eyes of azure cloud and naturally subdued the 4-winged black tiger. The azure cloud wings on Yixing's back were retracted, and the cloud vortexes in his eyes dissipated. The 4-winged black tiger lay down in front of Yixing and lowered its head to the ground. Although it had been tamed by Yixing, it still had a bone-deep fear for him. Hateful 7-kill alliance. Originally, I didn't want to use these methods again. However, since you guys are courting death, I have no choice but to use them again. Yixing muttered to himself. This was the Azure Cloud mountain range. It was desolate and uninhabited. However, the 3 assassins had been completely annihilated. The 4-winged black tiger had also been completely subdued. There was no need to worry about others finding out. Yixing collected the mid-grade storage rings of the 3 assassins and used his astral flame to burn their corpses to ashes. He also removed all traces of the battle so that no one would be able to find out anything. Only then did he ride the lightning golden feathered eagle and continue towards the dark valley in the depths of the Azure Cloud mountain range. Yixing gave the 4-winged black tiger a healing pill. The injury on its wings quickly healed as it followed behind the golden feathered eagle. Azure Cloud mountain range, dark valley, He Biao sat cross-legged in the middle of the valley. Black chi surrounded his body. He had almost merged with the dark aura in the valley. When He Biao's body had completely merged with the darkness, the black chi dissipated. As the black chi dissipated, He Biao's body also seemed to have dissipated, vanishing without a trace. That's right, He Biao's figure had disappeared. It wasn't covered by the dark aura. It had truly disappeared. When He Biao's body reappeared, he was already outside the dark valley. His face was filled with excitement and joy. The dark force has finally reached perfection. Ha ha ha. He Biao laughed. He had come to the dark valley countless times. Every time he came, he would stay for a year or so. However, he had never been able to comprehend the dark force to perfection. However, Hard work paid off. Today, he had finally reached this step. He had become the first person to comprehend the dark force to perfection since the founder of the Dark Star sect. He Biao's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He shouted towards the empty sky, Meng Tai, from today onwards, I am no longer afraid to fight with you. The great Yuan dynasty's oppression of my Dark Star sect has come to an end. End of 4th update. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a monthly ticket. Chapter 473. Ha! I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Yixing arrived at the Dark Canyon, He Biao's voice came from the side of the mountain, I knew that you would come to the Dark Canyon before the tournament. Yixing looked over and saw He Biao with long hair and a bare upper body like a barbarian walking out of the mountain. The lightning golden feathered eagle immediately landed. Yixing jumped down from the eagle's back and cupped his fists, Brother He Biao. Once, Yixing thought that He Biao was a superior, but now he was sure that He Biao was at least a venerable. This made Yixing very surprised. An existence that was at least a venerable would actually become friends with him. Moreover, He Biao even asked Wu Yu to protect him. This made Yixing feel flattered and at the same time, he also had some doubts. Why did He Biao do this? Yixing knew that He Biao was much stronger than he imagined. He was no longer naive to think that He Biao would treat him as a brother and help him just because he ate a little bit of his frost python meat. There must be a reason for this. But in any case, He Biao was a free and easy person. Yixing didn't call him senior just because he was at least a venerable. He still called him Brother He Biao. The smile on He Biao's face became even more brilliant. From the beginning, he and Yixing were brothers. If Yixing was restrained because his cultivation was too high, he wouldn't be happy. He Biao smiled and walked over, Brother Yixing, since I ate your frost python meat last time, I can't forget it. Today, you have to let me eat my fill again. Yixing said, I don't have any more frost python meat on me. Yixing completely ate the frost python meat in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yixing's words made He Biao stunned, and a dejected look appeared on his face. However, Yixing's next words made him smile. Yixing said, we don't have any more frost python meat, but we do have some crystal fire beast meat that's just as good as the frost python meat. It's also incredibly delicious. He Biao was truly delicious. He was overjoyed and said, good, good, good. As long as it's an exceptional delicacy, anything is fine. I still have some zui xian, or wine. Let's drink to our heart's content and eat to our heart's content. The two of them found a place and sat on the ground. Yixing created a flame and began to roast the crystal fire beast's tender meat. He Biao took out the zui xian, wine and poured 2 cups. He first drank a cup with Yixing. Even though this was the second time he drank the drunken xian, wine, Yixing still felt a sense of comfort in his soul. This was indeed a rare and exceptional wine. Soon, the crystal fire beast's tender meat was roasted to a golden color. The grease covered the entire surface, and a rich aroma assailed their nostrils. Yixing and He Biao were both greatly tempted. The two of them ate heartily. They drank the zui xian, wine while eating the crystal fire beast's tender meat. Not long after, the two of them were full. Yixing asked He Biao the question in his heart, why does Brother He Biao treat this little brother differently? Can you tell me and clear up my doubts? Yixing's confusion was within He Biao's expectations. He looked straight at Yixing and said, because you are the demon star of troubled times. Yixing's expression froze, demon star of troubled times? He Biao nodded and said, that's right, demon star of troubled times. However, this demon star of troubled times was calculated by the grand tutor of the great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyan. However, compared to the great Yuan dynasty, compared to the warriors of the entire star continent, you are a great savior. First the great Yuan dynasty, then the grand tutor Si Kongyan. This made Yixing's face filled with astonishment. Since when did he have a relationship with these unreachable existences? Looking at Yixing's astonished expression, He Biao said, I know you are very surprised and find it hard to understand. However, now is the time to let you know. Fortunately, it was us who found you first. If it was the Great Yuan dynasty, you would have died without a doubt. Yixing's head was filled with confusion, and said, Why? How high up is the Great Yuan dynasty? Why would they want to kill me? He Biao said, Didn't I say before that you are the Great Yuan dynasty's demon star of troubled times? Your existence will cause the Great Yuan dynasty's rule to become unstable. They will strangle the threat in the cradle and take your life without waiting for you to grow. Yixing found it hard to imagine that he, who was living a peaceful life, was actually someone that the Great Yuan dynasty, the ruler of the Star Continent, had to get rid of. This was simply too unbelievable. Yixing said, I am not related to the Great Yuan dynasty, nor do I have any enmity with them. In fact, I only knew about the Great Yuan dynasty not long ago. Why would I want to disrupt their rule? He Biao shook his head and said, The Great Yuan dynasty does not care about this. As long as they think that you are a threat, that is enough. Furthermore, do you really have no enmity with the Great Yuan dynasty? Yixing could tell that there was a hidden meaning in He Biao's words, and said, Brother He Biao, please enlighten me. He Biao said, Do you know that the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, predicted that the demon star would descend and threaten the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty? What decision did the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty make? Yixing's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that when he first arrived at the Star Continent, what happened to the Ye family was related to the Great Yuan dynasty? He Biao continued, Si Kongyan said that the demon star would fall to the east. In this life, the surname of the Great Yuan dynasty was Yi. The Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty immediately ordered that in the entire Star Continent, every person with the surname Yi who was born yesterday, today, and tomorrow, would be killed without mercy. Yixing's expression changed. His intuition had come true. When he first arrived at the Star Continent, all the newborns of the Ye family were killed. It was the Great Yuan dynasty who killed them. Among these babies who were killed was his younger brother, Yichen. As an orphan in his past life, Yixing really wanted to have a brother in this life. Although Yixing had only taken over his older brother's body, he was still willing to be a good elder brother and treat Yichen as his own younger brother. Unfortunately, Yichen was assassinated in his infancy less than a month after he was born. After that, the Ye family did not even know who the murderer was, nor did they have any clues. In Yixing's heart, a fierce resentment flashed. He Biao was right. It was not as if there was no enmity between him and the Great Yuan dynasty. The Great Yuan dynasty. These 4 words were engraved in Yixing's heart. The Great Yuan dynasty said that he was the demon star in troubled times and would destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. Very well. Then I am the demon star in troubled times. My goal in this life, besides reaching the peak of martial arts, now I have one more goal, and that is to destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty until the Great Yuan dynasty no longer exists. This goal was very, very difficult. It was much more difficult than reaching the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent, the King's stage. However, Yixing clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone brightly. Once he had determined his goal, his conviction was incomparably firm. He Biao was still speaking, his voice bitter and hateful. In the entire Star Continent, there are so many families with the surname Yi. All the babies born within 3 days were killed without mercy. How vicious must one's heart be to make such a cruel decision? Today's monthly votes have exceeded 100. I will present it to you at 10 tomorrow. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Chapter 474. Although the surname Yi wasn't the most common surname, it wasn't the least either. The Star Continent was so vast and there were so many martial artists. The number of martial artists Yixing had was definitely a huge number. The Ye family that Yixing belonged to was just an ordinary Ye family. Even so, the Ye family had a few babies that died of unnatural causes. If the entire star continent was taken into account, the number of babies with the surname Yi who died of unnatural causes would definitely be a shocking number. Killing so many babies just because there might be a threat in the future. Such a heart was indeed vicious. Yixing collected his thoughts and looked at He Biao. Even the grand tutor of the great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, deduced that I was the demon star of troubled times. Why didn't the great Yuan dynasty find me, but brother He Biao found me? He Biao said, although the great Yuan dynasty is the ruler of the star continent, the only region that they have complete control over is the middle sky continent. The other 4 continents are barren and are not valued by the great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, they are far away from the middle sky continent, so the great Yuan dynasty's control is naturally weaker. However, my dark star sect has taken root in the East Divine Continent. It has been 2,000 years and many forces in the East Divine Continent have secretly belonged to my dark star sect. If you, the demon star of troubled times, were born elsewhere, the great Yuan dynasty would naturally have an advantage. However, since you were born in the East Divine Continent, if my Dark Star sect doesn't find you first, what qualifications do we have to compete with the great Yuan dynasty? Yixing nodded. The Dark Star sect was also a 3-star force. If the Dark Star sect's territory was in the East Divine Continent, they would indeed have an advantage over the great Yuan dynasty. However, there was still something that Yixing didn't understand. Yixing asked, why does brother He Biao think that I am the demon star of troubled times? He Biao smiled faintly and said, to be able to confirm your identity, of course, there are many ways to confirm your identity. Firstly, your surname is Yi. Secondly, the time of your rise coincides with the arrival of the demon star. Thirdly, the speed of your rise is unusual. Before the age of 16, you were mediocre and had a useless body. But after the age of 16, you skyrocketed and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, you are not from the star continent. Yixing's eyes lit up as he suddenly sat up straight. This was the first time he had heard someone say that he wasn't from the star continent. How could he not be shocked? When He Biao saw this, he raised his hand and pressed down, causing Yixing to relax. He continued, you don't have to be too surprised. The grand tutor of the Dayuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, has already deduced that the demon star came from outer space. Furthermore, you are not the only one who came from outer space. In Yixing's heart, he was incomparably shocked by the art of deduction. To be able to deduce such intangible things, it was really strange. As for He Biao saying that Yixing wasn't the only one who came from outer space, this made Yixing even more surprised. Yixing asked, who else came from outer space? He Biao revealed a respectful expression and said, the founder of my Dark Star sect is not from the star continent. He came from another star continent. Yixing asked curiously, other than the star continent, are there other star continents? After Yixing finished asking, he frowned slightly and was startled. This was a question that shouldn't have been asked. If he wasn't from the star continent, how could he not know that there were other star continents? Although Yixing wasn't from the star continent, that was only relative to his soul. His body was truly from the star continent. Moreover, his soul came from Earth, which was a completely different world from the star continent. Naturally, he would be surprised that there was a martial world similar to the star continent. He Biao looked at Yixing in surprise. He didn't delve into the flaw in Yixing's words and said, there are other star continents. Of course there are other continents. The universe is so vast. How can there be only one continent? A continent is just a speck of dust compared to the universe. Yixing came from Earth, so he naturally understood the vastness of the universe. Earth was also just a speck of dust in the universe. Of course, he understood that the star continent was also very small in the universe. However, the world that the star continent was in was obviously different from Earth. Yixing didn't know whether the star continent and Earth were in the same universe. Yixing didn't know much about the world that the star continent was in, but he was very curious and had the desire to explore. Yixing said, "Little brother only knows a little about the star continent. As for the universe, I know even less. I sincerely hope that brother He Biao can enlighten me." He Biao nodded and said, "The universe is vast and boundless. As for how big it is, I don't know either. However, the founder of my Dark Star sect came from outer space. Regarding this knowledge, the Dark Star sect is more knowledgeable than the other forces in the star continent. According to the information left behind by the founder of my sect, the world we live in is called the Flowing Light World. It is made up of many star continents, and the star continent is only one of them. In ordinary continents, if one can cultivate to the star sea realm and become a king, that is the peak of the martial way. As for mid-level continents, one can break through the limit of the star sea realm and reach the star nirvana realm, becoming an existence close to God. As for high-level continents, one can break through the limit of the star nirvana realm and reach the star God realm, becoming a true God. Yixing was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was no less than when he had heard Zi Shanho explain the star continent and the 5 great realms of the martial way to him when he thought that martial sage was the peak of the martial way. At that time, Zi Shanho Hua Tianfeng had broken Yixing's common sense of the martial way, greatly broadening Yixing's horizons. This time, it was the same. As it turned out, the Star Sea Realm King was not the peak of the martial way. Above the Star Sea Realm, there was the Star Nirvana Realm and the Star God Realm. Moreover, the vastness of the world also shocked Yixing. The star continent was already big enough, but he had only walked through a very small area of the star continent. However, in the flowing light world, there were many continents similar to the star continent. Moreover, the star continent was only one of the ordinary continents. Above it, there were still mid-level continents and high-level continents. Yixing muttered, "This world is too big." Moreover, on the martial way, where is the peak? The peak of the martial way. He Biao laughed bitterly and sighed, "The martial way is endless. Where is there a peak? The peak of the martial way is relative. For example, in the true Xian domain, esteemed person is the peak. In the East Divine Continent, revered lords are the peak. In the Star Continent, kings are the peak. And in mid-level continents, Star Nirvana Realm quasi-gods are the peak. In high-level continents, Star God Realm true gods are the peak. However, even true gods are not considered the peak of the martial way. Legend has it that there is another realm above true gods. I don't know the name of that realm, but I know that the martial artists of that realm are called Supremes." Yixing's voice was astonished. "Supremes, is that the true peak of the martial way?" Requesting monthly votes. Today's monthly votes have broken through 100. I will send it to you tomorrow at 10 p.m. Chapter 475. He Biao laughed involuntarily and said, "Who knows? Without reaching that realm, there's naturally no way to understand. Not to mention supremes, even quasi-gods and true gods are only mentioned in the notes left behind by the founder of our sect. The martial Tao limit of the star continent is Star Sea Realm King. The martial artists of the star continent all think that Star Sea Realm King is the peak of martial Tao. They have no idea that after the king, there are quasi-gods, true gods, and even supremes." Yixing's eyes flickered. His goal was to reach the peak of martial Tao. All along, his goal had been to become a king and stand at the peak of martial Tao in the star continent. However, now that he knew that after the king, there were quasi-gods, true gods, and even the legendary supremes, he couldn't help but wonder if his goal was the true peak of martial Tao or just the peak of martial Tao in the star continent. For now, I should aim to reach the peak of martial Tao in the star continent. The true peak of martial Tao is too illusory. If I want to compete with the martial artists of other star continents, I have to at least reach the other star continents and stand on the same stage as them. If I can't do it, then it's meaningless to compete with the martial artists of other star continents." Yixing thought to himself as he confirmed his goal. He had pride in his heart and wanted to live a carefree life. He wasn't willing to be under anyone. Whichever stage he stood on, he had to pursue the martial Tao limit of that stage. Now, Yixing was still in the Star Continent. The Star Continent was his stage. Therefore, his goal was to reach the peak of martial Tao in the Star Continent. If there was a day when he could leave the Star Continent, then things would be different. Yixing said, I've read about the records of the Star Continent. The martial Tao limit of the Star Continent is 4-star king. In the past 10,000 years, there have only been 4 4-star kings, and they were all the supreme kings of the Great Yuan dynasty. He Biao nodded and said, the Great Yuan dynasty occupies the most abundant resources in the Star Continent. When the dynasty was established, it gathered the fortune of the entire Star Continent. Every time someone reached the martial Tao limit of the Star Continent, they naturally came from the Great Yuan dynasty. If ordinary continents were divided into 3 grades, the Star Continent would belong to the lower grade. Most of the time, martial artists would reach the initial stage of King Realm, and that would be their limit. It would take at least 1 to 2,000 years of accumulation of luck to produce a 4-star king, and a 4-star king was the true limit. No matter how long the accumulation of luck was, it was impossible for anyone to break through to the 5-star king realm. Generally speaking, the limit of a mid-grade ordinary continent's martial artist was a mid-grade king, while the limit of a high-grade ordinary continent's martial artist was a high-level king. If one wanted to break through the limits of the Star Sea realm, step into the Star Nirvana realm, and become a quasi-god, only a medium-grade continent would have this kind of luck. The flowing light boundary had many ordinary continents, but not many medium-grade continents. As for the high-class continents, I can't even count them with one hand. There are only 3 of them, and my sect's founder came from one of them. Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air. A high-class continent's martial artist's limit was the true god of the Star God realm. The founder of the Dark Star sect actually came from such a terrifying place. Yixing couldn't help but wonder if the founder of the Dark Star sect had seen a true god. At the very least, he should have seen a quasi-god. To be able to have the word God, how strong must a martial artist be? Quasi-god, true god, these were too far away from him. Yixing collected his thoughts. What he should be paying attention to now was the Star Continent's martial artist world. Yixing said, in the Star Continent, only by becoming a king can one be considered to have reached the peak of martial arts. One can live for 1,000 years, free and unfettered. I wonder how many kings there are in the Star Continent. Yixing didn't know that He Biao was a king. This wasn't a question, but a sigh from the bottom of his heart. However, when He Biao heard this, he laughed, free and unfettered. Who said that one can be free and unfettered after becoming a king? If it was my Dark Star sect's king, then he could barely be called free and unfettered. As for the Great Yuan dynasty's king, he lives like a dog, how can he be free and unfettered? Yixing was shocked, his voice was filled with disbelief. The Great Yuan dynasty's king lives like a dog? In Yixing's heart, the Star Sea realm's king was the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent. To become a king, how powerful would one be? Moreover, they would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. How could they not be free and unfettered? He Biao said, this is the abominable part of the Great Yuan dynasty. Since Meng Wu established the Great Yuan dynasty 10,000 years ago and unified the Star Continent, the Meng clan was the one and only overlord of the Star Continent. The Meng clan gathered the fortune of the entire Star Continent for their own use and occupied the most abundant resources of the Star Continent. The most hateful thing is that they cut off the path of king for all martial artists in the world. Even if one has the qualifications to become a king, if one doesn't rely on the Great Yuan dynasty and serve the Meng clan, they still don't have the qualifications to become a king. Firstly, they lack resources. Secondly, they don't have any inheritance. Even if you have the opportunity to obtain a profound grade upper grade cultivation technique inheritance and enough resources to become a king, it is still harder than ascending to heaven. Yixing asked, why? He Biao said, if you don't rely on the great Yuan dynasty and have the qualifications to become a king, you will be seen as a threat. Before you can become a king, you will be killed by the great Yuan dynasty's experts. Even if your fortune is heaven-defying and you are lucky enough to escape this calamity and successfully become a king, your days won't be peaceful. The great Yuan dynasty has the king of the entire star continent. One person or even 3 to 5 people can't contend against them. Only by relying on the great Yuan dynasty and becoming a dog of the Meng family can you live a stable life. You are the king standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in the star continent, but you don't have freedom and live like a dog. Yixing couldn't help but feel depressed. Even in his current state, he still wanted to live freely. The reason why he wanted to reach the peak of martial arts was because he didn't want to live under other people's eyes. If he still lived like a dog after becoming a king, what was the point? Yixing let out a long breath and said, the great Yuan dynasty treated the kings like this, which king would be willing to accept it? Is there no one who resisted? He Biao said, of course there were people who resisted, but no one has ever succeeded. The great Yuan dynasty unified the star continent and has an incomparably deep foundation. They have a huge amount of cultivation resources and martial arts manuals. They know some special methods that can control the life and death of a king. Once you rely on the great Yuan dynasty, even if you become a king, you will never be free again. As He Biao spoke, his eyes glowed with hope. Until the founder of our cult came from the starry sky, he broke the shackles of the great Yuan dynasty and fought for a glimmer of hope for the martial artists of the star land. Otherwise, even if I have the qualifications to become a king, if I don't choose to become the great Yuan dynasty's dog, I won't be able to become a king. Thank you, book friend. Wrong. Brother tipped 100,000 to become the 8th leader of the Arrow God. Warm congratulations, thank you. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 476. Yixing immediately held his breath. King. King. He Biao was actually a king. Yixing stared at He Biao with wide eyes, unable to believe that the person who called him brother was actually a king. To this day, Yixing had not even seen a real venerable one. He had only met a half-step venerable one. In the true Xian domain, venerables were already legends that could not be seen. King was even more of a legend, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world on the star continent. Yixing was dumbfounded when he suddenly learned that He Biao was a king. He Biao looked at Yixing's reaction and smiled, saying, why? Do I not look like a king? Yixing's willpower was, after all, incomparable to ordinary people. He quickly reacted and smiled embarrassedly, saying, it's not that brother He Biao doesn't look like one. It's just that I can't believe that I actually met a king, and a king who calls me brother. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. He Biao saw that Yixing was still treating him as usual after learning that he was a king, so he continued to smile, saying, you're from the star continent. You are indeed worthy of being a guest from outer space. I like your free and easy temperament very much. My age is not very old compared to the lifespan of a king. I am only 200 years old. When you become a king in the future, we will be of the same generation. Now, you and I can call each other brothers. He Biao did not ask about Yixing's destiny. He only knew that Yixing was a demonic star in troubled times, someone who could shake the foundation of the great Yuan dynasty for 10,000 years. He would definitely become a king in the future. Yixing also smiled. He liked being friends with He Biao. It was refreshing. Since He Biao was a king, Yixing immediately thought of another king, King Lanqin, who had taken away Wei Qingxian. Yixing asked, brother He Biao, do you know a king called King Lanqin? He Biao smiled and nodded, saying, King Lanqin is one of the 4 guardian kings of our sect. Of course I know him. Yixing's eyes immediately lit up. 2 years ago, Queen Lanqin took away a girl from the Spirit Moon sect in the Qingyun region. Does brother He Biao know about this? Ever since Yi Xing had fallen into a coma, Wei Qingxian had gone to the Spirit Moon sect, and they had never seen each other again. In the future, Yi Xing only learned from Spiritual Moon sect's Taoist master Yan Yu that Wei Qingxian had been taken away by a king named King Lanqin. After that, there was no further news. Now that he'd finally found someone who knew Princess Lanqin, Yi Xing naturally wanted to inquire about Wei Qingshuan's whereabouts. He Biao smiled and said, "Of course I know. That girl is called Wei Qingxian, right? In fact, the reason why I came to the Green Cloud region before the Great Yuan dynasty and found you as the demon star of troubled times was because of this girl." Yi Xing was stunned. "Qingxian talked about me?" He Biao nodded. Queen Lanqin took her back to the Dark Star sect. Later on, we learned that the demon star of troubled times had descended. At first, our sect thought that she was the demon star of troubled times. Her talent could only be greater than yours. However, according to Si Kongyan's calculations, the demon star of troubled times was born with the surname Yi. Our sect's divination masters also calculated that the demon star of troubled times was surnamed Yi, so she was eliminated. This was because she knew that the Great Yuan dynasty's goal in finding the demon star of troubled times was to eliminate it as soon as possible. She felt that the demon star of troubled times was you, so she told Queen Lanqin about your path of growth. Queen Lanqin told me about you, so I came to the Green Cloud region. I paid attention to your news while comprehending the dark influence. Fortunately, I confirmed that you were the demon star of troubled times in the end. Moreover, I comprehended the dark influence to perfection, so both goals were achieved. What I need to do now is to prevent the Great Yuan dynasty from finding you and falling into their hands." After learning of Wei Qingshuan's whereabouts, Yi Xing was overjoyed. He asked, "How is Qingxian now?" He Biao looked at Yi Xing meaningfully. "You care a lot about her." He. "Don't worry, she's doing very well. She'll also participate in the East Divine Continent's gathering of geniuses. You'll see her before long." It had been 2 years since he had seen Wei Qingxian. After more than a month, they could finally meet again at the East Divine Continent's gathering of geniuses. Yi Xing was very happy. However, even though he was happy, his mind was still sharp. He asked, "I heard that the Star Continent's genius selection was ordered by the Great Yuan dynasty. Qingxian is a disciple of the Dark Star sect. Can she participate?" He Biao smiled. "I've said it before. My Dark Star sect has been rooted in the East Divine Continent for 2,000 years. Many factions are dissatisfied with the Great Yuan dynasty and have secretly sided with them. Of course, the disciples of my sect cannot participate in the selection held by the Great Yuan dynasty. However, it's easy for my sect to plant a few disciples in the factions of the East Divine Continent. Wei Qingxian will participate in the selection as a representative of the Bloodridge Empire's younger generation." He Biao looked at Yi Xing and smiled. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Do you know why the Great Yuan dynasty held the selection for 3 years? Yi Xing shook his head. "Isn't it just to select geniuses? Could there be other goals?" He Biao looked straight at Yi Xing and smiled without saying anything. Yi Xing understood the meaning in He Biao's eyes. He was surprised. "Is it to find the demon star of troubled times? Which means to find me?" He Biao nodded. "That's right. The Star Continent is too vast and there are too many cultivators. Although the Great Yuan dynasty killed many of the Yi clan's babies, Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star is not dead. He didn't descend directly but came from outer space. Therefore, Si Kongyan suggested to the great Meng King, Meng Tai, to hold a selection for the entire Star Continent to find the demon star of troubled times. Si Kongyan calculated that within 10 years, the demon star would threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation. It could be seen that the demon star's growth was extremely fast. This selection would take 3 years. Moreover, it would cover the entire Star Continent. This was to give the demon star enough time to grow and stand out in the selection, walking right into the trap. Since the demon star could threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation within 10 years, he would definitely become an expert in 3 years. With such a fast growth speed, he must be cultivating in the golden period. Therefore, Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star of troubled times came from outer space. However, he was still young and his surname was Yi. After appearing in the star continent, he would grow rapidly on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it was said that Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star of troubled times was related to archery and was an expert in archery. As long as the demon star of troubled times participated in the selection, his identity would definitely be exposed. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Yixing's back. The other party calculated so clearly. If he really shocked the world in the selection, the Great Yuan dynasty would definitely recognize him as the demon star of troubled times. The third selection would be held in the Middle Sky continent. If the demon star of troubled times' identity was exposed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Chapter 477. The more Yixing thought about it, the more scared he felt. He had always felt that the Great Yuan dynasty was far beyond his reach, and had never thought that something would happen between him and the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the Great Yuan dynasty had already set up a pocket formation, waiting for Yixing to jump into it. Yixing said, "Many thanks for Brother He Biao's reminder. If I didn't know the situation, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died. It seems that I don't need to participate in this selection." He Biao shook his head. The selection this time is very beneficial to the cultivation of the younger generation. Why don't you participate? Not only must you participate, but you must also strive to advance in the third selection. The higher your ranking, the better. However, in the East Divine Continent's selection, you must keep a low profile and not enter the top 10. Yixing was surprised. I can understand keeping a low profile in the second selection, but why must I strive to advance in the third selection? Wouldn't that expose my identity? Moreover, the third selection will be held in the Middle Sky continent. If the Great Yuan dynasty recognizes me as the demon star of chaos, how can they let me live? He Biao smiled. The location of the third selection is not the Middle Sky continent, nor is it any continent of the Starry continent. It will be held in the Starry Skies. The Starry Skies arena is a ruin left behind from the ancient era. The Great Yuan dynasty cannot interfere there. Even if your identity is exposed, they can't do anything. In the Starry Skies arena, the top 100 rankers will be able to enter the Heavenly Fate list and obtain the destiny of the Starry Skies continent. The top 100 rankers will at least become revered lords in the future. The top 10 rankers will at least become half-step kings in the future. The first ranker of the Heavenly Fate list will obtain the strongest destiny of the Starry Skies continent. They are known as the Son of the Stars, and will definitely become a Star Sea Realm king. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Fate list has never been wrong. Yixing blinked. The Starry Sky Arena. Primordial ruins. Such a place was really mysterious. He Biao continued, the Starry Sky Grand Arena opens once every 30 years. In the past, only the younger generation geniuses of the Central Sky continent were able to participate in the Heavenly Fate rankings. But this time around, in order to attract a demonic star like Qin Wentian, the Grand Yuan dynasty was extremely sincere. They gave all the geniuses of the entire astral continent a chance to enter the Astral Grand Arena and compete for the Heavenly Fate rankings. Because this was the only way, even if Chaos Era's Fiend Star was suspicious of their motives, he would still participate in the third round of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Furthermore, they will fight with all their might in the Starry Sky Arena to compete for the rankings, so that they can seize more of the Star Continent's fate. This way, they will know who the Demon Star of Chaos is. Yixing nodded and said, "That's right. What about after that? Aren't I finished? The Great Yuan dynasty can't do anything in the Grand Arena of Starry Sky. What about after I leave the Grand Arena of Starry Sky?" He Biao's eyes were filled with confidence as he said, "After leaving the Grand Astral Arena, if the Great Yuan dynasty wants to touch you, they will have to see if I agree." My dark force has already been comprehended to perfection. Even if the great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai makes a move, I have no fear. With me here, the great Yuan dynasty won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. These years, ever since the founder of the Dark Star sect passed away, the great Yuan dynasty has been suppressing the Dark Star sect. Now that I have reached the level of the founder, it's time to show my fangs to the great Yuan dynasty. The great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai was a 4-star king. On the Star Continent, only one 4-star king would appear after 1 to 2,000 years of accumulation of fate. Therefore, every 4-star king was unique. Their cultivation base was unparalleled in the world. As a mid-step king, their strength would most likely be unparalleled in the world. He Biao said that he had no fear of Meng Tai making a move. What level of strength was that? Yi Xing looked at He Biao in shock and said, the great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai is a 4-star sage. You have no fear of fighting him. Could it be that you are the leader of the Dark Star sect? He Biao shook his head and said, my nature is undisciplined and I don't like to manage things. I don't like the position of leader. Although I am not the leader of the Dark Star sect, I am the strongest in the Dark Star sect. My sect's founder was a 3-star King Realm expert, but he was able to defeat the previous 4-star King Realm expert of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yi, with the help of his perfect darkness aura. I think that I can also defeat Meng Tai now. Yi Xing looked at He Biao. The person in front of him was a peerless expert who could fight with the strongest in the Star Continent. Yet, he called Yi Xing his brother. Yi Xing thought about it and felt somewhat flattered. He Biao continued, the great Yuan dynasty is the cancer of the Star Continent. The last wish of the founder of the Dark Star sect was to overthrow the great Yuan dynasty and let the martial artists of the Star Continent compete fairly and pursue the path of the king. Only then would the Star Continent's martial arts world flourish and have a good effect on the development of the Star Continent's martial arts world. Brother Yi Xing, you are the demon star of the great Yuan dynasty. However, you are also the savior of countless martial artists of the Star Continent. The great Yuan dynasty has a deep foundation. Even if I can fight with Meng Tai, I can only make the Dark Star sect protect itself and not overthrow the great Yuan dynasty. However, you have the hope. Therefore, the Dark Star sect will do its best to help you in the dark and protect your safety. Moreover, it will allow you to grow as fast as possible. Only then will the great Yuan dynasty fall one day and the martial artists of the Star Continent have the hope of freedom. Yi Xing nodded. The great Yuan dynasty blocked the path of the other martial artists to become the king. If other martial artists wanted to become the king, they would have to rely on the great Yuan dynasty. Because of this reason, Yi Xing would stand on the same side as the Dark Star sect and overthrow the great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing said, although I am currently unable to contend against the great Yuan dynasty, I will work hard. There will be a day when I reach the point where the great Yuan dynasty will tremble. I will eradicate this malignant tumor of the Star Continent and return peace to the Star Continent. He Biao smiled with satisfaction and said, I'm looking forward to your future. That's right, the top 10 contestants in the Starry Sky Grand Arena will have a chance to enter the extraterritorial Starland and train with the younger generation geniuses of the other Starry Sky continents. Those extraterritorial star continents are all ancient ruins and there are many treasures inside. If you can enter, it will be a great opportunity. This is the reason why I told you to fight for a higher ranking in the Starry Sky Arena without revealing your identity. The higher your ranking, the higher the grade of the extraterritorial star continent and the greater the rewards. Yi Xing's gaze was resolute as he said, since I am participating in the third selection, I will do my best. First place on the heavenly fate ranking and becoming a son of the stars is my goal. He Biao laughed and said, as expected of the demon star of the great Yuan dynasty, such ambition. If that's the case, the great Yuan dynasty's martial artists will be angered half to death. Ha! He Biao laughed and stood up, continuing, all right, I will return to the Dark Star sect first. I will wait for your good news. Today's update. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 478. He Biao flew into the air and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said to Yixing, "Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right." In order to avoid being investigated by the Great Yuan dynasty, that girl used a different identity to participate in the genius selection. In the genius selection, she's called Zi Xian, not Wei Qingxian. Be careful, don't expose her identity. He Biao's figure flew into the distance and soon disappeared. Yixing nodded in the direction where He Biao disappeared. The Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed by the Dayuan dynasty, so the name Wei Qingxian must have been known by the Dayuan dynasty. It's been 2 years, Qingxian. 2 years ago, we were not martial saints yet. Now, I'm already a 5 stars enlightened being. Brother He Biao said that your talent is higher than mine. I wonder what level your cultivation has reached. Yixing murmured. Wei Qingshuan's stunning face appeared in his mind again. There were less than 2 months left until the end of the year. He would be able to see Wei Qingxian again at the selection. A sweet smile appeared on Yixing's face. After coming to the Star Mainland for almost 3 years, the only person who had left a deep impression in Yixing's heart was Wei Qingxian. With a sweet smile, Yixing entered the dark canyon. It took him a while to calm his mind and comprehend the darkness force around him. 10 days passed in a flash. The darkness force in the dark canyon was broad and profound, reaching the great perfection stage. Yixing comprehended it for 10 days and benefited greatly. His darkness force had reached the peak of the minor success stage of the arcane realm. He was not far from reaching the greater success stage of one with the heavens. Compared to the grand force of wind and grand force of fire, Yixing's comprehension of the grand force of darkness was not inferior at all. With Yixing's cultivation, reaching the peak of the arcane realm was already his limit. It was basically impossible for him to break through to one with the heavens. After his darkness force reached the peak of the arcane realm, Yixing left the dark canyon and returned to the Falling Star sect. The first day of the 12th lunar month was when the true Xian region's team would depart for the Divine Continent Mountain. Yixing had to reach the 9 Heavens city before that day. Yixing rested for 5 days in the Falling Star sect. 5 days later, he rode the lightning golden-feathered eagle and set off for the 9 Heavens city. As for the 4-winged black tiger that was equivalent to a 7 stars enlightened being, it was left as a guardian beast. When Yixing left the Gu Tianshang, Hua Tianfeng, and Lin Tongyu all made breakthroughs in their cultivation after absorbing the corpse jades. Gu Tianshang became a 2-star enlightened master, Hua Tianfeng successfully broke through the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened master, and Lin Tongyu became a 9-star martial saint. Yixing had already passed the position of sect leader of the Falling Star sect to Gu Tianshang. Outside Thea greater success stage 3 formation was set up. With Wu Yu guarding the Falling Star sect had nothing to fear even if a high-level astral realm enlightened being came. With the Falling Star sect free of worries, Yixing could travel outside with peace of mind. This time, the speed of his journey to the 9 Heavens city was more than twice as fast as the previous time. He only took a few days to arrive. Upon reaching the 9 Heavens city, the first thing Yixing did was to go to the Earth Carnage sect. The 7 Kill Alliance's assassins were invited by the Earth Fiend sect's vice sect master, Shi Dao Tian, from the Green Feather domain. Yun Tianhao had already been killed by Yixing, so how could Yixing let Shi Dao Tian off? Boom! Yixing arrived at the Earth Carnage sect. Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and smashed the Earth Carnage sect's gate into pieces. Bang 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 bang, the Earth Carnage sect's martial artists guarding the gate rushed towards Yixing. Yixing pushed out with both hands, and a terrifying energy sent them flying one by one. Each of them vomited blood and suffered heavy injuries. Sect leader, something bad has happened. Yixing has killed his way in. In the inner hall of the Earth Carnage sect, a half-step perfected person rushed in. At this moment, the Earth Carnage sect was in the middle of a meeting. Sect leader Chao Yanting and vice sect leader Shi Dao Tian were both in the hall. Hearing this, they were both stunned. Chao Yanting asked, Yixing. Which Yixing? Chao Yanting had never expected that the person who could kill his way into the Earth Carnage sect would be Yixing, the number 1 junior in the true Xian region. That half-step perfected person said, "It's Yixing, the number 1 in the Young Hero Assembly last year. He injured the disciples guarding the gate and destroyed our sect's gate. He even destroyed the array formation there." In the hall, all the Earth Carnage sect's elders' faces changed. Chao Yanting waved his hand and shouted, "Go out and take a look." At the same time that Chao Yanting received the news of Yixing breaking into the Earth Carnage sect also spread in the Nine Heavens city. Everyone who heard it was shocked. The Earth Carnage sect was a colossus that was second only to the 9 high sects. Yixing had only risen in the Young Hero Assembly last year and was a junior genius. Although Yixing was the number 1 junior in the true Xian region, it had only been a year. Yixing had already grown to the point where he could disregard the Earth Carnage sect. Yixing's sudden attack on the Earth Carnage sect had obviously caught the Earth Carnage sect off guard. His array formation skills were profound, and his super brain could see through the structure of the array formation. Therefore, by the time the Earth Carnage sect's sect lord and elders came out, the Earth Carnage sect's array formation had basically been destroyed by Yixing. "Stop!" Chao Yanting exclaimed as he came out and looked at the devastated sect's formation. Boom, Yixing didn't hold back. The last array formation was completely destroyed by him. The Earth Carnage sect was located in the Nine Heavens city. Although they didn't have as many array formations as the other sects that occupied the mountains, they still had quite a number of them. Chao Yanting and the others were all shocked. In such a short time, Yixing had actually destroyed all these array formations. Chao Yanting roared, "Yixing, how dare you? How dare you humiliate the Earth Carnage sect like this? Even if you are protected by the Big Dipper sect, I will make you pay the price today. I will make you die today." Yixing strode into the Earth Carnage sect. His gaze swept across the Earth Carnage sect martial artists as he said, "Price? Even the Earth Carnage sect knows the price. Then, what kind of price would someone have to pay to hire the 7 Kill Alliance to take my life?" The moment Yixing said this, Chao Yanting, Shi Dao Tian, and the others who knew the truth all had a change in expression. The 7 Kill Alliance had a very good reputation. Their assassins wouldn't reveal their employer's information. Then, how did Yixing know that it was the Earth Carnage sect who hired the 7 Kill Alliance? Chao Yanting's expression quickly returned to normal as he said, "Nonsense. What 7 Kill Alliance? I have never even heard of it. How could someone in my sect hire the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins?" Yixing smiled coldly. His gaze swept past Chao Yanting and landed on Shi Dao Tian as he said, "Shi Dao Tian, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Of course, I don't care if you dare to admit it or not. I just want to take your life. That is the price." Shi Dao Tian's eyes flashed with shock. Yixing actually knew that he was the one who hired the 7 Kill Alliance. As the Earth Carnage sect lord, Chao Yanting was enraged when someone came knocking on his door. He shouted, "This is my Earth Carnage sect. How dare you act so presumptuously? First of the 10 chapters. Please vote for me." Chapter 479. What's so great about the Earth Fiend sect? Yixing said indifferently as he looked around. He didn't put the Earth Fiend sect's elders in his eyes at all. "Today, I'm going to kill my way into the Earth Fiend sect and take Shi Daotian's life. Who dares to stop me?" The Earth Fiend sect's sect master and elders were all stunned. Yixing had broken through the Earth Fiend sect's array and killed his way in. This meant that his strength was at least at the level of a 6-star sage. The sect master and vice sect master with the highest cultivation present were only 5-star sage. At the end of last year, Yixing had just broken through to the astral realm. In less than a year, he had actually grown to such a level. It was truly shocking and unbelievable. Chao Yanting hurriedly gestured for the people beside him to go and invite the 3 grand elders. However, before he could send people to invite them, the commotion caused by Yixing breaking the array was too great. The 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiends sect had already come out of seclusion. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Earth Fiends sect? 3 loud voices came from different directions in the Earth Fiends sect's back mountain. 3 figures shot over from the sky. These 3 people weren't young anymore. The youngest of the 3 looked to be in his 60s, while the oldest looked to be in his 80s. Greetings to the 3 grand elders. Chao Yanting, Shi Dao Tian, and the others hurriedly bowed to the 3. The 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiends sect were Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong. The Chao clan, Shi clan, and Gu clan were the 3 strongest clans in the Earth Fiends sect. The sect master, Chao Yanting, belonged to the Chao clan. The vice sect master, Shi Dao Tian, belonged to the Shi clan. The Gu clan also had a vice sect master. As for cultivators with other clans, the highest rank they could reach in the Earth Fiends sect was an elder. Chao Yanting immediately sent a voice transmission to the 3 grand elders about Yixing's situation. Among the 3 grand elders, the oldest was Chao Gongming. He was also the first grand elder. Hearing this, he glared at Yixing. Chao Gongming shouted, "Don't think that just because you have the Tiangang sect backing you up, you can do whatever you want. How dare you barge into my Earth Fiends sect and break the sect's rules? This sect will kill you on the spot, and the Tiangang sect will not blame us. On account of the Tiangang sect's face, this sect can spare you this once. Get out of the Earth Fiends sect now, or this sect will not spare you." Yixing took a step forward as he circulated his astral energy. His aura erupted forth, instantly causing the clouds to change color as sand and pebbles were kicked up into the air. A horrifying aura pressed down on the Earth Carnage sect martial artists. Yixing walked forward step by step and said, "What do you mean by giving Heavenly Dipper sect face? You're just flattering me. Do I, Yi Chen, need your Earth Carnage sect to spare me? Today, I must kill Shi Dao Tian and all those who participated in hiring the 7 Kills Alliance to assassinate me. No one can stop me." The 3 grand elders exchanged glances as intense killing intent flashed in their eyes as they nodded slightly. Chao Gongming said coldly, "Arrogant brat, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Junior Marshal Brother Gu, let's attack together and kill this thief on the spot." Yixing had broken through the Earth Fiends sect's protective array. As a 6 stars Dao master, Chao Gongming was very wary and did not dare to fight with Yixing alone. Instead, he wanted to team up with Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong revealed a trace of an evil smile as they nodded at the same time. When Yixing killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect, they all wanted to kill Yixing on the spot. However, in order to prevent the Heavenly Dipper sect from talking about this in the future, Chao Gongming had spoken up first. In reality, they knew very well that since Yixing had already killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect, he would definitely not back down because of their threats. This way, they could kill Yixing openly. Outsiders only knew that the Earth Carnage sect had 3 6 stars Dao masters as Grand Elders, but they did not know that the 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Carnage sect cultivated joint martial arts. When the 3 of them worked together, they could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation level. Their strength was above the 7 stars Dao masters. In other words, the 3 of them could defeat ordinary 7 stars Dao masters even if they worked together. The Earth Carnage sect was the #1 sect in the true Xian region not only because of the 3 6 stars Dao masters that outsiders knew, but also because of the terrifying strength of their joint attacks. There was a huge gap between the 6th star realm and the 7th star realm. A 6th star realm cultivator was still a Dao master. Those above the 7th star realm could be called Dao masters. Normally, if the 3 6 stars Dao masters worked together, they would be able to fight against the most ordinary 7 stars Dao masters. Furthermore, they would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. However, the 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Carnage sect could defeat an ordinary 7 stars Dao master when they worked together. This was already extremely powerful. Whoosh! 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 Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong flew into the sky. A pair of wings appeared behind each of them as they stood in the air in a triangular formation. Whoosh! 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 The three terrifying auras exploded. When they combined, the power they created was even stronger than Yixing's. Wild winds blew, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The air currents collided with each other, creating explosive sounds. Just the clash of auras was already very intense. At this moment, many martial artists had already gathered outside the Earth Carnage sect. They were watching from afar, and they were all stunned. What terrifying auras! No wonder the Earth Carnage sect is the #1 sect after the 9 exalted sects. Yixing only entered the astral star realm at the end of last year. He was only 18 years old then, and now he's already a 5 stars Dao Master. TSK, TSK. A 19-year-old 5 stars Dao Master. This is too heaven-defying. Who will win this battle? All the martial artists exclaimed in their hearts. None of them were surprised. Inside the Earth Carnage sect, Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong had already gotten into position. Confident smiles appeared on their faces. Chao Gongming's gaze was like a sword as he locked onto Yixing. He shouted, "Arrogant thief, die." As he spoke, Chao Gongming struck out with his palm. At the same time, Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong also struck out with their palms. 3 palm prints shot out and instantly gathered together. The palm prints instantly expanded, and their power skyrocketed. This palm print was like a mountain as it pressed down on Yixing's head. All the martial artists were shocked when they saw the palm print. They all sucked in a cold breath. Most of the martial artists only felt that this palm print was terrifying. However, some of the more powerful martial artists could tell the difference in strength between a 6 stars Dao Master and a 7 stars Dao Master. At this moment, they were even more shocked. This was because Chao Gongming and the other two's combined attack was as powerful as a 7-star Dao Master's attack. How could Yixing block such a terrifying attack? Facing this palm print, Yixing didn't show any fear. However, his expression became slightly more serious. Circulating his astral energy, Yixing executed the flaming dipper fist. He faced the palm print and punched the sky. The force of fire that was close to greater mastery merged into his fist. The flaming dipper fist that was at the perfected stage was close to the transformative stage. When he punched out, a sea of fire seemed to appear behind Yixing. It contained the power of fire, and heat waves rose in all directions. Boom! When the flaming dipper fist and the palm print collided, there was a deafening explosion. The mountain-like palm print instantly shattered into pieces. Chapter 480. Everyone was shocked. The joint attack of the 3 Earth Fiend Sect's Supreme Elders was so powerful, but it was broken by Yixing with a single punch. Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong were shocked. They knew how powerful their joint attack was. Even an ordinary 7-star Venerable wouldn't be able to block it. If Yixing could block it, didn't that mean that Yixing's battle prowess was comparable to Venerable 7 stars when he was only at the 5th level of the astral realm? Chao Gongming and the other two exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Kill! The 3 of them shouted in unison. Their killing intent soared as they performed their joint attack. Palm prints filled the sky as they continuously attacked Yixing. Yixing stood on the ground like an iron tower. He didn't even take half a step back as he performed the flaming dipper fist. Combined with the power of the flames, his fist was unparalleled. No matter how fierce the attacks were, Yixing blocked them one by one. Chao Gongming and the other two had sweat on their foreheads. Seeing that their attacks weren't working, Chao Gongming's eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted, "Kill him! Earth Fiend Dipper Sword Slash!" As he spoke, Chao Gongming waved his hand and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon flew out. It was shining brightly. At the same time, starlight flashed between the three's eyebrows as they used their astrology. 3 gigantic stars hung high in the sky, and the power of the 3 constellations fell down, fusing into the sword. In an instant, the sword shone with 100 zhang of light, revealing a terrifying power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chao Gongming waved his hand and chopped down. That 1,000-feet-long supreme-grade spirit weapon treasure sword flew towards Yixing with boundless might and chopped down. Crash! The sky was split in half by the sword. Before the sword radiance arrived, the terrifying sword chi had already split open a passage in the void. Yixing was right in the middle of this sword chi passageway. He felt as if thousands of sharp blades were shuttling back and forth, constantly slicing his body. Even Yixing was moved by the might of this sword. This Earth Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash was the Earth Fiend Sex trump card. When used by many people, the attack could kill enemies whose cultivation levels were much higher than their own. With this Earth Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash, it would be easy to kill Venerable 7-star. Only the peak Venerable 7-star could contend against it. In that instant, Yixing activated his super brain to scan the area. At the same time, he used his fire astrology and his wind force, which was at the peak of refinement realm, and disappeared in a flash. Chao Gongming laughed and shouted, "You want to hide? The earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash has already locked onto your aura. No matter how fast you dodge, you won't be able to escape the outcome of being sliced into 2. Ha! Chao Gongming stopped laughing halfway because the earthly fiend Tiangang Sword Slash didn't deviate from its direction. This meant that Yixing didn't dodge in another direction. They saw that Yixing actually did not retreat but instead advanced, rushing towards the earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. The black dragon spear appeared in Yixing's hands and he thrust it out. Fire energy gathered at the spear point. Like a blazing sun, it emitted a terrifying strength and a blinding light. Explode! As this spear was about to collide with the earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash, the blazing sunlight at the black dragon spear's point suddenly exploded, erupting with a terrifying strength. Sunflame Spear Art, Flame Explosion. This was the strongest finishing move of the Sunflame Spear Art. This spear strike pierced through the weak points of the earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. Moreover, it was the strongest strike of the earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. The 1,000-foot-long earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash immediately collapsed, blown apart by Yixing's spear strike. Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong's complexions all changed. They were horrified. They never imagined that their strongest strike would be broken apart by Yixing. Moreover, their complexions paled. They were affected by the recoil and the blood within their bodies tumbled, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Whether it was the martial artists of the Earth Fiends sect or those watching from outside, all of them were left dumbfounded. Yixing's spear broke apart the earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. He coldly shouted, "You guys should also receive my attack." Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. As Yixing spoke, he thrust out his spear. His target was Chao Gongming, who stood in front of the 3 of them. By the time Yixing's voice fell, Yixing's spear had already arrived in front of Chao Gongming. Just how fast was this spear strike? It was fused with the wind potential of the peak of the minute's subtlety realm, there was no way to avoid it. Chao Gongming's face shook, a trace of panic and fear in his eyes. Earthly fiend Big Dipper Sword. Chao Gongming cried out in alarm. He pushed his palms forward. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong also pushed their palms forward. The strength of their palms gathered together, forming a dazzling wall of light that blocked in front of them. The power of Yixing's spear strike wasn't simple at all. When the potential of fire was combined with the fire star avatar, its might was terrifying. Moreover, Chao Gongming and the other 2's joint attack had a formidable striking power that could even be ranked in the upper echelons of 7 stars. But, their defensive power wasn't as outstanding. See La, the wall of light was pierced through by the black dragon spear. The spear point continued to emit astral light, instantly piercing through Chao Gongming's throat. The black dragon spear thrust out and retracted. With a violent vibration, a massive hole appeared in Chao Gongming's throat. Chao Gongming clutched his throat, blood wildly gushing out. His eyes were ashen as he fell from the skies. Screams rang out from the Earth Fiend sect martial artists. The head of the three highest elders, Chao Gongming, had actually died under Yixing's hands. The Earth Fiend sect martial artists were shocked and panic-stricken. After Chao Gongming died, the ones most frightened were Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong. They were standing behind Chao Gongming, and now that Yixing had killed Chao Gongming, there was no longer any resistance between them. How could the two of them not be afraid? Even when the three of them joined forces, they still weren't Yixing's match. Now that their joint attack had been broken, Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong were well aware that they weren't a match for Yixing's spear. They turned and fled. In terms of speed, how could the two of them compare with Yixing, who had stepped into the peak of subtle with his potential of fire? Yixing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, instantly chasing after them. Solar Flame Spear Art, Burning Annihilation. Solar Flame Spear Art, Chasing Thunder. One after the other, two spear moves shot out, both of them stabbing towards Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong's backs. Chasing Thunder was even faster than Burning Annihilation. Although it was released later, it seemed as if it had struck at the same time as Burning Annihilation. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong cried out miserably at the same time. Their bodies fell from the skies, following in Chao Gongming's footsteps and dying in the Yellow Springs. Yixing landed on the ground. He pointed the black dragon spear at an angle, blood dripping from the spear point. He walked forward step by step, his eyes locking onto Shi Daotian. Who else participated in inviting the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins? Shi Daotian drew back again and again, a panic-stricken expression on his face. He glanced at Chao Yanting. At this time, Chao Yanting no longer had the dignity of a sect master. He was like a frightened bird, trembling with fear. As Shi Daotian looked at Chao Yanting, he jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know at all." Inviting the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins was Yun Tianhao's idea. It was Shi Daotian's idea, it had nothing to do with me. Chapter 481. Yixing looked at Chao Yanting and laughed. Yun Tianhao came up with the idea and Shi Daotian did it, but sect leader Chao knew about it clearly. Haha, it seems like sect leader Chao's death was not unjust. Chao Yanting instantly realized that he had said something wrong. After hearing Yixing's words, his face turned pale instantly. At this moment, he was filled with regret. The enmity between the Earth Fiend sect and Yixing was because of Shi Wenxie. Shi Wenxie being crippled was originally a good thing for Chao Yanting. It would solidify his position as the sect leader. Chao Yanting hated himself. Why did Yixing do something that was beneficial to him? Why did he have to involve himself in the matter of asking the 7 Kill Alliance to assassinate Yixing? Why did he get into trouble for no reason? Shi Wenxie was Shi Daotian's son, and Shi Daotian was the one who wanted revenge. If Chao Yanting had not gotten involved, today's disaster would not have befallen him. From now on, he would still be the sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect. However, there were no ifs in this world. If one did something wrong, one had to pay the price. Yixing had killed the 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiend sect. He had completely suppressed the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect. Looking at him, the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect only felt fear in their hearts. No one dared to stop Yixing. Yixing had easily killed the sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect, Chao Yanting, and the vice sect leader, Shi Daotian. The Earth Fiend sect had lost 3 grand elders and 2 sect leaders. A total of 5 experts had fallen. The sect's strength had been greatly reduced. It was no longer the number 1 sect in the true Xian region after the 9 high sects. Instead, it had fallen to the bottom of the 1-star mid-grade sections. Furthermore, the Earth Fiend sect's sect protecting array had been destroyed by Yixing. It could be said that this was the most difficult moment for the sect's survival. Normally, the Earth Fiends sect relied on its strength to bully many other forces. Now that the Earth Fiends sect was in trouble, naturally, many people would kick them when they were down. The moment Yi Xing left the Earth Fiends sect, many martial artists had charged into the Earth Fiends sect to seek revenge. In the end, it was the White Bone sect, one of the 9 superior sects of the True Xian region, who stepped in to protect the Earth Fiends sect and resolve the crisis of the Earth Fiends sect's destruction. The news quickly spread throughout Nine Heavens City and even the entire True Xian region. Yi Xing's name once again resounded in the ears of the martialists in the True Xian domain. Furthermore, it was even more shocking than the previous time. Last time, Yi Xing had broken through to the astral realm at the age of 18. He had won first place in the Young Hero Assembly, becoming the number 1 junior in the True Xian domain and ranked first in the Earth Profound ranking. This time, Yi Xing was not even 19 years old, but he was already a 5 stars True Master. He killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect all by himself, killing 3 6 stars True Masters and 2 5 stars True Masters. Who wouldn't be shocked by such progress? Everyone was shocked by Yi Xing's progress. At the end of last year, Yi Xing had already broken the record in the history of the True Xian region. However, because he was from a remote 1-star inferior sect, there were still many martial artists who didn't like him. They thought that Yi Xing's destiny was limited and his cultivation technique inheritance wasn't high enough. It would be difficult for him to achieve great things in the end. Today, Yi Xing's performance was no different from giving these people a big slap in the face. In less than a year, he had broken through 5 realms consecutively, and they were all in the astral realm. With such a speed of growth, it would still be difficult for him to achieve great things in the end. No one doubted Yi Xing's future anymore. They could already confirm that Yi Xing's future would most likely break the record in the history of the True Xian region. Yi Xing, you really shocked me. When Yang Gang saw Yi Xing, he exclaimed in disbelief, "It took me 3 years to break through the astral realm to become a 3-star venerable. Then, it took me another 2 years to break through to a 4-star venerable. I'm still very far away from becoming a 5-star venerable. However, you've already cultivated to a 5-star venerable in a year. This speed is too fast. It's really enviable." Yi Xing scanned Yang Gang's cultivation and found that he had already consolidated to the late stage of the astral realm. This was also because he had absorbed an 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jade this year. Otherwise, it would be very good if he could cultivate to the middle stage of the astral realm. The cultivation of the astral realm was already difficult. The 4th stage of the astral realm belonged to the middle stage venerable. The cultivation difficulty was even more difficult than the first 3 stages. Yang Gang's destiny was a 6-star yellow fate. According to his normal cultivation speed, he would be able to cultivate to become a 6-star venerable before the age of 35. Now that Yang Gang was 24 years old, he would be able to break through to the 5-star venerable in about 3 years. After that, he would be able to break through to the 6-star venerable in about 6 years. It would take a very long time to break through to the next stage. Yi Xing was now a 9-star yellow fate. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to cultivate to the 9-star venerable before the age of 35 if his destiny didn't change. His cultivation speed would be much faster than Yang Gang's. However, Yi Xing's fast cultivation speed wasn't because of his destiny. It was because he had enough corpse jades to absorb, which greatly increased his cultivation speed. That was why he could break through to the 5-star venerable in a year. Yi Xing smiled and took out a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. He handed it to Yang Gang and said, "Brother Yang, absorb this 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. It's only a matter of time before you break through to the astral realm." What Yi Xing needed now was corpse jades above the 10th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. The remaining 2 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jades had no effect on his cultivation. Yang Gang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Oh my god, the best we could find was an 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. You actually found a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade?" Although Yang Gang was excited, he didn't take it and continued, a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade is most suitable for a 5-star venerable to cultivate. You should keep it for yourself. The East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament will begin in about a month. Even if I absorb a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade, I won't be able to break through to the 5-star venerable. Yixing stuffed the 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade into Yang Gang's hands and said, "My cultivation has increased too quickly, so I don't need a corpse jade for the time being. The death chi in this 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade has been refined by someone. You can absorb it directly. A month is enough for you to break through to the 5-star venerable." Yang Gang exclaimed, "The death chi in the corpse jade has been refined by someone? Who can refine the death chi in it?" Yixing smiled and said, "This is a secret. Don't tell anyone." Yang Gang nodded repeatedly. He knew that there was a sovereign behind Yixing. Yixing's matter in the Earth Fiends sect had caused a huge impact. The evil Tao forces in the True Xian region were extremely dissatisfied with this. However, because the Heavenly Dipper sect supported Yixing and Yixing's strength made the other evil Tao forces wary, they only dared to complain and didn't dare to do anything to Yixing. December 1st, the day to set off for the Divine Continent Mountain had finally arrived. In the 9 sect alliance's main hall, Yixing, Yang Gang, Mu Xiaoyue, and the other top 10 junior geniuses of the Earth Profound ranking were gathered together. Yixing was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Among his peers in the True Xian region, the juniors could only look up to him. Chapter 482. As a rare genius in the True Xian domain, Mu Xiaoyue had always been arrogant. Whether it was losing to Yixing at the Young Hero competition or losing to Yixing for the second time in he had never given up on competing with Yixing. Mu Xiaoyue had always been confident that one day, he would be able to surpass Yixing and take back the glory that belonged to him. But now, his belief had been shattered. Mu Xiaoyue had used less than a year to break through to the 3rd level of the astral realm. Now, he was already at the peak of the 3rd level of the astral realm. He was only one step away from becoming a 4-star enlightened being. This speed was extremely fast. However, compared to Yixing, who had broken through 5 levels in a year and reached the 5th level of the astral realm, Mu Xiaoyue's speed was mediocre. At the same level, Mu Xiaoyue was no match for Yixing. Now that there was a gap of 2 levels, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. They were no longer on the same level. This was indeed the case. Yixing was now on par with the 7-star enlightened being. As for Mu Xiaoyue, although he was still strong, he was only on par with a 5-star enlightened being. Looking at Yixing's back, Mu Xiaoyue sighed in his heart, sigh. Even if I can't be on par with him, I have to follow in his footsteps and advance on the martial path with him. I'm already 1 step behind, I can't fall behind by 2 or 3 steps. In a year, the cultivation of the younger generation of the True Xian domain had changed a lot. Yang Gang had reached the 4th level of the astral realm, while Meng Ji and Baicang were still at the 3rd level. They were no longer on the same level. Among the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking, only Meng Ji and Baicang's cultivation had increased within the same realm. Shui Yan, Nan Xinyue, Du Feiyun, Shidu, and Kai Xia's cultivation had all increased from the 2nd level of the astral realm to the 3rd level. If they were to compete again, Meng Ji and Baicang might not be able to maintain their 4th or 5th positions. In the past, in the True Xian domain's Earth Profound ranking, a 3rd stage astral realm martial artist would be ranked 1st. But now, the 1st stage of the Earth Profound ranking was 5th stage astral realm. Yang Gang was 4th stage astral realm, but he was only ranked 3rd. The top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking were all 3rd stage astral realm martial artists. The warriors of the True Xian domain could tell from the younger generation geniuses on the Earth Profound ranking that this was a golden age of martial arts, and geniuses were emerging in large numbers. If the True Xian region was like this, the other regions would definitely not be any worse. It was hard to imagine how many geniuses would emerge from the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament. Some of the juniors were already 23 or 24 years old. They had already made their names a year or 2 ago. But there were also some juniors who were 21 or 22 years old. They were rising up from behind, and would definitely shine brightly at this competition. There was bound to be an exciting and intense battle between a genius of the younger generation who had already made a name for himself and a rising star. The warriors of the true Xian domain were very envious of the younger generation geniuses who were able to participate in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament. Although the warriors knew that 90% of the younger generation geniuses of the true Xian domain were cannon fodder in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament and would be eliminated soon, they could at least watch this exciting and intense battle between geniuses. They could also get to know the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Even if the warriors of the true Xian domain wanted to watch, they wouldn't be able to. This was because the Divine Continent Mountain was located in the center of the East Divine Continent, and the true Xian domain was located at the eastern edge of the East Divine Continent. The distance between the two regions was extremely far, more than 10 million miles. Even for a perfected person, it was extremely difficult to travel to the Divine Continent Mountain. After leaving the true Xian domain, the outside world was an unfamiliar environment. Even the astral realm perfected person was filled with danger. Only a small portion of the middle-level perfected person with extremely high cultivation had left half a year earlier to head to the Divine Continent Mountain to watch the battle. Each of the 9 upper sects had sent an exalted person as a representative. Furthermore, there were also middle-level perfected person who had volunteered to watch the battle. Not long after, the perfected person and exalted person of the 9 upper sects had gathered in the 9 sect alliance's main hall. There were 9 exalted person and nearly 20 middle-level perfected person. In addition to the 10 geniuses of the younger generation, there were more than 30 people in total. Exalted Yang Gu of the Big Dipper sect was leading the team. He had a total of 3 high-tier level 3 demonic beasts. They were the demonic beasts of the Big Dipper sect, the White Bone sect, and the Boundless sect. The high-tier level 3 demonic beasts were extremely fast. They would reach the capital of the Qingyu Empire in about 10 days. After reaching the border of the Qingyu Empire through the teleportation formation, they would reach the capital of the Heavenly Wolf Empire in about 10 days. After that, they would reach the Divine Continent Mountain within a day. A month's time was sufficient. The 9 upper sects each rode their own demonic beasts according to their camp. Yixing naturally rode on the demonic beasts of the Big Dipper sect together with the righteous sect martial artists. Other than Yang Gang, Yixing's juniors were Du Feiyun of the Flowing Winds sect and Nan Xinyue of the Flying Rainbow sect. Yang Gang was in a hurry to refine the 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade so that he could break through to the 5 stars enlightened master before reaching the Divine Continent Mountain. Thus, he sat with his eyes closed the entire way. Yixing was also cultivating. He cultivated the spiritual grade supreme grade falling star incantation. He wanted to reach the 5th level as soon as possible so that he could strengthen his astral stars and increase his strength. Du Feiyun wanted to chat more with Nan Xinyue. However, Nan Xinyue's mind was not on Du Feiyun at all. She spent most of her time looking at Yixing's back. In her opinion, she was more interested in looking at Yixing's back than chatting with Du Feiyun. Yixing was already a 5 stars enlightened master at such a young age. Furthermore, his battle strength was heaven-defying. It was very likely that he would shine in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition and become famous throughout the Divine Continent. Compared to Yixing, the other young geniuses of the true Xian domain were all inferior. In the true Xian domain, there were countless young female martial artists who were yearning for love. They viewed Yixing as their idol and even their dream lover. Nan Xinyue was one of them. Not only Nan Xinyue, but esteemed Yang Gu, esteemed Chen Feng, esteemed Qinghong, and the other elders of the 3 major sects were also sizing up Yixing. Yixing had also surprised and shocked them. A 5 stars enlightened master under the age of 20 with the battle strength of a 7 stars enlightened master. He will definitely become famous in this genius competition. Esteemed Yang Gu thought to himself. He knew that each of the East Divine Continent's top 10 young geniuses had the terrifying battle strength of a 7 stars enlightened master at such a young age. Yixing was undoubtedly at the same level as them. The difference was that among the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent, 5 of them were from the 3 upper-rank empires, and the other 5 were from the 9 middle-rank empires. As for the 24 lower-rank empires, none of them were ranked in the top 10 young geniuses. And Yixing was from the true Xian domain, which was one of the 72 lower regions. Even the lower-rank empires did not have a single young genius ranked in the top 10 young geniuses. If the true Xian domain could produce one, how glorious would that be? They would definitely become famous throughout the East Divine Continent. It is not easy to complete 10 chapters a day, but I am working hard to complete 10 chapters a day. I hope my brothers can support me. Today's monthly votes are too few. It is already night time, and there are only a few dozen votes. My heart aches. Please give me some warmth, okay? Chapter 483. Yang Gang didn't have a black hole star vortex, so his absorption speed was much slower than Yixing's. It took him 10 days to completely absorb a grade 9 spiritual grade corpse jade, even if the death aura inside had been refined. Before arriving at the Qingyu Empire's imperial capital, Yang Gang's cultivation had finally broken through to the 5th level of the astral realm. Although a 24-year-old at the 5th level of the astral realm couldn't be compared to Yixing's under the age of 20, it was still an extremely rare cultivation speed in the true Xian domain. In the history of the true Xian domain, there had been a 9-star yellow fate genius who was only a 5-star sage at the age of 24. Even if Yang Gang didn't have the ability to challenge those of a higher level, his cultivation at the 5th level of the astral realm was enough to impress the martial artists of the true Xian domain. It was almost certain that a 24-year-old 5-star sage could break through to the 6-star sage before the age of 30. The golden cultivation time of a sage could last until the age of 35. This meant that Yang Gang had a great opportunity to break through the heavenly fate limit and become a venerable master at the 7th level of the astral realm. Venerable masters were at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in the true Xian domain. One more venerable master was a powerful force for the 9 high sects. Yang Gang was happy, but Venerable Yang Gu was even happier. The martial artists were surprised that Yang Gang could break through to the 5-star sage realm so quickly. It was really unexpected. However, no one asked about it. Venerable Yang Gu didn't ask, and Yang Gang didn't say anything. The martial artists could only guess what the reason was. In the capital of the Qingyu Empire, the martial artists of the true Xian domain were using the teleportation array. The lowest level of the teleportation array was level 4. An ordinary level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 100,000 miles. A minor level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 1,000,000 miles. A great level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 10 million miles. A minor level 4 teleportation array could only be set up by a level 4 array master. A low-grade empire basically didn't have a level 4 array master. Therefore, low-grade empires usually invited a level 4 array master from a mid-grade empire to set up a minor level 4 teleportation array. It was not easy to hire a level 4 array master. Moreover, many materials were needed to set up a teleportation array. It was already very good for a low-rank empire to be able to set up a level 4 teleportation array. Some low-rank empires could not even gather the materials for a level 4 lower-rank teleportation formation, nor could they afford to hire a level 4 array master. Within their territory, there was not even a single level 4 lower-rank teleportation formation. Activating a small success level 4 teleportation array was not easy. It consumed a lot of resources. Everyone had to pay 500 mid-grade star crystals to the array manager of the Qingyu Empire before they could use the teleportation array. They were sent 1,000,000 miles away in the blink of an eye, arriving at the border of the Qingyu Empire near the center of the East Divine Continent. After another 3 days, Yixing stopped cultivating. He had finally reached the 5th level of the spirit tier falling star incantation. The intensity of his astral energy had increased, and his strength had increased. Yixing and Yang Gang were more familiar with each other. Now that both of them were not cultivating, they began to chat. Seeing that Yixing had stopped cultivating, Yang Gang took the initiative to change the topic. The genius selection this time has gathered the younger generation geniuses from all 108 regions of the East Divine Continent. Every lower province had 10 geniuses of the younger generation, every low-rank empire had 20 geniuses of the younger generation, every middle-rank empire had 30 geniuses of the younger generation, and every high-rank empire had 40 geniuses of the younger generation. There are a total of 1,590 younger generation geniuses participating. I'm afraid that only those with the strength of a 6-star sage and above are qualified to enter the top 100. Even if I break through to the 5th level of the astral realm, I can only not fall behind in the selection. It is impossible for me to enter the top 100. Yixing, with your strength, entering the top 100 is a certainty. You might even be able to enter the top 10. Yixing was slightly surprised. Ordinary martial artists did not know the strength of the 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiend sect, but the exalted masters of the 9 high sects knew. Therefore, Yang Gang was very clear that Yixing's strength was at the level of a 7-star sage. Even so, he only had hopes of entering the top 10. It was clear that the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent were all extraordinary. Yixing said, "The East Divine Continent is so vast and there are so many geniuses. Although I'm ranked first in the True Xian region, I'm nothing in the entire East Divine Continent. It's good enough to be in the top 100. I don't want to be in the top 10. Although Yixing was not clear about the cultivation of the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent, it should not be too ridiculous for them to be under 25 years old. As a 7-star sage, he should be extremely powerful. However, he had no intention of competing in the genius selection. He definitely would not enter the top 10 to avoid being noticed by the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, he deliberately belittled himself and prepared himself for not being able to enter the top 10. Yang Gang said emotionally, "The younger generation geniuses of the low-rank empires are not that much stronger than us. The key is that the younger generation geniuses of the middle and high-rank empires are too good. They have sufficient resources, high destiny, and powerful supremacies to teach them. It is really difficult to compare." The top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent are all from the middle and high-rank empires. The younger generation geniuses of the high-rank empires are the most terrifying. The younger generation geniuses of the 3 high-rank empires occupy the top 5 positions. The other 9 middle-rank empires occupy the bottom 5 positions. There is not a single one in the low-rank empires. The top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent were the top 10 most powerful geniuses of the younger generation in the past 2 years. The True Xian region was remote, so not many people knew about the top 10 young geniuses. However, all the younger geniuses of the East Divine Continent had to participate in this year's genius selection. As a result, the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent were known in the remote regions. Yixing had spent most of the year cultivating in the Sky Corpse mountain range and the rest of the time in the Falling Star sect. He had not heard of the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Hearing Yang Gang's words, Yixing could not help but ask, "This is the first time I've heard of the top 10 young geniuses. Do all of them have the strength of a 7-star venerable?" It seems that young Master Yi is really dedicated to cultivating. The top 10 young geniuses of the 9 Heavens City have been known for a long time. Few people don't know about them. Nan Xinyue, who had been wanting to chat with Yixing, finally seized the opportunity and said, "The top 10 young geniuses do have the strength of a 7-star venerable. Moreover, their cultivations are all at the 6th stage of the astral realm. Each of them can defeat opponents of a higher level and have defeated a 7-star venerable before." Yixing smiled at Nan Xinyue and nodded. Seeing Yixing smile at her, Nan Xinyue was happy and her heart was beating fast. She continued, "Although the top 10 geniuses are very powerful and can challenge those of a higher level, I don't think Mr. Yi is inferior to them. Moreover, they can only challenge opponents of a higher level. However, young Master Yi is a 5-star venerable and has the strength of a 7-star venerable. In this aspect, young Master Yi is superior. Chapter 484. All the missing chapters have been filled. Seeing Nan Xinyue looking at Yixing with eyes full of hearts, Du Feiyun didn't feel good and was extremely jealous of Yixing. In his eyes, Nan Xinyue was a top beauty. She was just like a goddess. However, Nan Xinyue was cold and indifferent to him. She was smiling at Yixing. This difference made him feel very uncomfortable. Du Feiyun said, "What kind of people are the top 10 geniuses?" "They are the strongest young geniuses in the entire East Divine Continent. Even the young geniuses of low-rank empires aren't ranked among them. Yixing is indeed very outstanding in the true Xian domain, and he deserves to be number 1. However, he can't be compared to the top 10 geniuses. Each of the top 10 geniuses are mid-level venerable heavenly wills. In the future, they will at least be mid-level venerable heavenly wills. Among them, the most outstanding ones are even high-level venerable heavenly wills. They can grow to become venerable lords. Yixing's heavenly wills can't be venerable heavenly wills. The difference between enlightened masters and venerable heavenly wills is like heaven and earth. How can they be compared?" Yixing also smiled at Du Feiyun and said, "Brother Du is right. I know my own limits. I naturally can't be compared to the top 10 geniuses." Although Du Feiyun's words were unpleasant to hear, Yixing wanted this effect. The reason why the Great Yuan dynasty held the genius selection was to search for the demon star of troubled times, which was Yixing. In a small place like the true Xian domain, Yixing could be in the limelight. The Great Yuan dynasty wouldn't pay attention to such a small place. However, the East Divine Continent's genius selection competition was different. There were only 5 continents in the Star Continent. Unless the Great Yuan dynasty was blind, they would definitely monitor the East Divine Continent's genius selection competition. Yixing didn't care about Du Feiyun's words, but as one of Yixing's admirers, Nan Xinyue wasn't happy to hear it. Nan Xinyue glanced at Du Feiyun unhappily and said, "The top 10 heavenly talents all became 6-star perfected cultivators when they were over 21 or 22 years old. Young Master Yi, on the other hand, is only 19 years old. He broke through 5 realms in a year and became a 5 stars enlightened master. Do you think young Master Yi is far from becoming a 6 stars enlightened master? As long as young Master Yi broke through to 6 stars before the age of 20, then even the 10 prodigies would be inferior to him." This time, the genius selection was a competition of current strength, not future cultivation. Although the 10 geniuses are blessed by the heavens, their current strength may not be comparable to young Master Yi's. I believe that young Master Yi definitely has the strength to fight for the top 10. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to enter the top 10 and squeeze out one of the 10 geniuses. Young Master Yi will then become one of the 10 geniuses. The more Nan Xinyue praised Yixing, the more upset Du Feiyun felt. He snorted and didn't say anything. Yixing didn't want his reputation to be blown up, so he quickly changed the topic. "I haven't even seen the top 10 heavenly talents. It's too early to say that I can compete with them. I don't even know who they are. Brother Yang, can you introduce them to me?" Yixing saw that Du Feiyun was jealous, so he asked Yang Gang. However, before Yang Gang could speak, Nan Xinyue said first, "Young Master Yi, I know them. Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue of the Blood Edge Empire are ranked 1st and 4th respectively. Yi Wuyan and Yi Wuxue of the Black Raven Empire are ranked 2nd and 5th respectively. Ing Changkong of the Heavenly Eagle Empire is ranked 3rd. Wu Yuanjing of the Black Tiger Empire is ranked 6th. Shang Buchuan of the Ancient Shang Empire is ranked 7th. Bei Gong Yidao of the Beilan Empire is ranked 8th. Hua Jiaoyang of the Flaming Light Empire is ranked 9th. Qi Yun and of the Zhanqi Empire is ranked 10th. Mo Tong, Mo Mingyue, Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxue, and Ing Changkong are all young geniuses from high-rank empires. The other 5 are from middle-rank empires." Yixing nodded slightly, but he was secretly paying attention to Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue of the Blood Edge Empire. According to He Biao, Wei Qingxian would participate in the selection as a young genius of the Blood Edge Empire. After Nan Xinyue stopped talking, Yang Gang continued, the top 10 heavenly talents were determined a year or two ago. In the past year, many young geniuses have risen in the East Divine Continent, and they have hope of becoming one of the top 10 heavenly talents. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. There might be news about Wei Qingxian among them. He asked, who are they? Yang Gang said, Blood Edge Empire's Zi Xian, Black Raven Empire's Yi Binglong, Sky Eagle Empire's Ying Xiangyang, Stone Cliff Empire's Shi Jianyu, Lai Feng Empire's Feng Jianlu, and Golden Rainbow Empire's Jin Gang. They are all young geniuses who have risen rapidly in the past year. I've heard that their aptitudes aren't the least bit inferior to the top 10 geniuses. Perhaps, after this year's selection, the top 10 geniuses will change. Nan Xinyue said, among these young geniuses, there should be young Master Yi. Yi Xing's lips curled into a smile. Wei Qingxian was indeed among these young geniuses. She was the Blood Edge Empire's Zi Xian. Moreover, whether it was the top 10 heavenly talents or the young geniuses, there were geniuses with the surname Yi. This made Yi Xing feel much more relaxed. If there was no one with the surname Yi in the top 10, even if he was in the bottom 10, he would be too conspicuous. Along the way, Yi Xing listened to Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue talk about the top 10 heavenly talents, as well as some news about the young geniuses. He understood a lot about the elites of the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. The top 10 heavenly talents were all extremely powerful existences. Those young geniuses were also not weak and had the potential to become one of the top 10 heavenly talents. With so many strong opponents, even if Yi Xing wanted to enter the top 10, it would not be an easy task. Therefore, if he did not enter the top 10, he would not be outstanding. Otherwise, if the top 10 were not strong and he deliberately went easy on them, it was very likely that some experts would see through it. After leaving the Qingyu Empire, half a month later, the group from the True Xian domain arrived at the Second Empire, the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The Heavenly Wolf Empire was a middle-rank empire. The young geniuses of this generation were not very outstanding compared to other middle-rank empires. No one was ranked among the top 10 heavenly talents, nor were there any outstanding young geniuses. However, the Heavenly Wolf Empire was not too far behind among the middle-rank empires. Its strength was considered to be in the middle. In the imperial capital, there was a complete level 4 teleportation formation. Through the level 4 teleportation formation in the Heavenly Wolf Empire, the group from the True Xian domain traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Finally, they arrived at the central region of the East Divine Continent. They were not far from the Divine Continent Mountain. The Divine Continent Mountain was located between the Blood Edge Empire, the Black Raven Empire, and the Heavenly Eagle Empire. It did not belong to any of the empires. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, reaching straight into the clouds. Even sovereigns and kings could not reach the peak of the mountain. The Divine Continent Mountain was the landmark of the East Divine Continent. The East Divine Continent was also named after the mountain. The group from the True Xian domain finally arrived at the Divine Continent Mountain after nearly a month of traveling. Chapter 485. Dayuan Calendar, Year 1003, December 30th. Today was an important day. 3 years ago today, Yi Xing had arrived at the Star Continent. He had reached the age of 16, sensed the stars, and stepped onto the martial path. 2 years ago today, Yi Xing had reached the age of 17. In the Green Cloud Mountain Range, he had discovered a star crystal mine. After absorbing the star crystal spiritual milk, he had broken through to the star vortex realm and become a martial sage. 1 year ago today, Yi Xing had reached the age of 18. In the True Xian domain's Young Hero Assembly, he had broken through to the astral realm and become a perfected person. He had won in one fell swoop, becoming the number 1 junior in the True Xian domain. Today, Yi Xing had reached the age of 19. The East Divine Continent's Young Genius Assembly would be held at the Divine Continent Mountain. Yixing would compete with all the young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. However, Yixing did not intend to be number one today. He did not even intend to enter the top 10. He only wanted to enter the top 100 and obtain the right to participate in the third genius selection. In the southern part of the Divine Continent mountain, there was a valley. The terrain was gentle, and it was several li wide and 10 li long. It was very wide. The Blood Edge Empire, the Black Raven Empire, and the Sky Eagle Empire were the organizers of the genius selection. The three empires had sent people to this valley early on to start construction. In the center of the valley, 10 arenas had been built to serve as the venue for the genius selection. On the two sides of the mountain ridges, there were stone chairs for the spectators. In the depths of the valley, at the foot of the Divine Continent mountain, there were pavilions built. The environment was clearly much better than the stone chairs on the two sides of the mountain ridges. The East Divine Continent had a total of 36 empires. This genius selection was a grand occasion for the East Divine Continent. Each empire had sent honorables to escort their young geniuses. The beautiful pavilions were for the honorables to watch the battles. Naturally, they were different from the ordinary stone chairs. On the two sides of the valley, there was a sea of people. Compared to the true Xian Domain's young hero assembly, there were many more spectators. The two mountain ridges stretched for 10 li and were about 400 to 500 meters tall. On each mountain ridge, there were no less than 10 million martial artists watching. Moreover, most of these spectators were perfected persons. There were also quite a number of martial sages, all of whom were relatively young. They should have been brought here by their elders to broaden their horizons. Most of the spectators were from the Blood Edge Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and the Sky Eagle Empire. However, there were also some from other regions. The geniuses of the younger generation participating in the Genius Assembly were separated into 108 different locations according to the region they were in. They were together with the enlightened masters and elders of the various regions. The true Xian region was one of the most ordinary regions. It was located at the end of the mountain ridge on the right side of the valley. The names of the younger generation geniuses from the various regions had already been handed over to the people in charge of hosting the Genius Assembly in the three high-rank empires. The three upper-rank empires had sent 3 one-star martial highnesses and 10 half-martial highnesses to host the competition. Of the 3 one-star venerables, one was at the front of the valley, one was at the middle of the valley, and one was at the end of the valley. They were in control of the overall situation. The 10 half-step martial highness realm experts were assigned to the 10 arenas to supervise the battles between the younger generation geniuses in their respective arenas. Yixing looked around, searching for Wei Qingshuan's figure. Wei Qingxian was where the Blood Edge Empire martial artists were located. It was located on the same mountain ridge as the true Xian region, but it was located in the deepest part of the valley. It was not far from the pavilion where the venerables were located. As one of the 3 high-rank empires, the Blood Edge Empire martial artists were naturally located in the first place. As for the Black Crow Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire martial artists, they were located opposite the Blood Edge Empire martial artists and very close to the pavilion where the venerables were located. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were located on the same mountain ridge. Even though Yixing could see far, he could not see where Wei Qingxian was in the sea of people. After all, the distance between them was too great. There were too many people blocking his line of sight. On the other hand, Yixing could see the martial artists on the opposite side of the valley very clearly. Yang Gang sat beside Yixing and said, "Do you see those martial artists in the deepest part of the mountain ridge? They are martial artists from the Black Crow Empire. There are a total of 40 young geniuses. The 2 at the front are Yi Wuyan, wearing red clothes, and Yi Wuxue, wearing white clothes." Yixing followed Yang Gang's instructions and his gaze fell on Yi Wuyan and Yi Wuxue. Yi Wuyan was a man like fire. He wore red clothes and his skin was also red, as if there was a flame burning inside his body. Yi Wuxue was like a fairy in ice and snow. Except for her black hair, the rest of her body was snow white. Her snow-white skin and snow-white clothes were spotless. Seeing Yi Wuxue, Yi Xing could not help but think of Mu Xiaoyue. The first time he saw Mu Xiaoyue was also spotless in white clothes. Although they were separated by nearly 10 miles, Yi Wuyan and Yi Wuxue could still sense Yi Xing's gaze and looked back at Yi Xing. Yi Wuxue glanced at Yi Xing indifferently and then turned her head, ignoring him. Yi Wuyan's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. His eyes sharpened as he glared at Yi Xing who, in an instant, Yi Xing felt as if a sea of fire was rushing towards him, wanting to drown him and burn him to ashes. Yi Wuyan's fire grand momentum had at least reached the subtle realm. He could use the fire grand momentum to injure others. Although this was an illusion, if a martial artist's mind fell into it and thought that they were really in a sea of fire, it was possible that their mind would be burned and their mind would be damaged. Yi Xing immediately withdrew his gaze. His fire grand momentum was even more profound than Yi Wuyan's. He was only one step away from reaching perfection. Yi Wuyan's fire grand momentum had no effect on Yi Xing. Yi Wuyan was surprised. The martial artist at the end of the valley was obviously from an ordinary lower province. Yi Wuyan found it strange that a martial artist from a lower province could not be suppressed by his fire grand momentum. He sized up Yi Xing again. Yi Xing's gaze shifted to the martial artists from the Heavenly Eagle Empire next to him. The Heavenly Eagle Empire also had 40 young geniuses participating in the genius competition. All of them were mid-level perfected masters. Most of them were 4-star perfected masters, with less than half of them being 5-star and 6-star perfected masters. However, there were only 2 people who attracted Yi Xing's attention. One of them was dressed in black and had a slender figure. The other was dressed in blue and had a bright face. They were obviously Ying Changkong and Ying Xiangyang. One was ranked among the top 10 geniuses, and the other was a rising star. In order to avoid attracting their attention, Yi Xing's gaze only swept past them briefly. Yi Xing observed a few more junior geniuses from middle-grade empires. A few of them had extremely powerful auras. Clearly, they were either one of the top 10 prodigies or a rising star who had the potential to become one of the top 10 prodigies. Yi Xing could clearly see those on the opposite side of the mountain. However, he could not see those on the same mountain as him. Yi Xing was looking at the pavilion in the depths of the valley when a venerable flew out from it. 8th update. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 486. This person didn't have a flying spiritual tool behind him, nor did he have the astral wings. He was just walking in the air. Walking in the air without the help of external forces was something only Astral Reaching Realm venerables could do. Astral Reaching Realm allowed one to comprehend the extremities of the universe and become one with the heaven and earth. To venerables, there was no difference between air, earth, or water. The only difference was their attributes. Moreover, this venerables came from the top floor of the pavilion, so he wasn't an ordinary venerables. Because venerables had different statuses in the pavilion, their levels were also different. The venerables of low-grade empires were at the bottom floor, while the venerables of mid-grade empires were at the middle floor. The highest floor was occupied by the venerables of upper-grade empires. This venerables walked in the air and arrived in the sky above the valley. Tens of millions of martial artists stopped their discussions and focused their gazes on this venerables. Many martial artists revealed reverence in their eyes. Clearly, they recognized this venerables. However, none of the true Xian region's martial artists recognized him. They didn't know who he was. The venerables in the sky first introduced himself. I am Venerables Mo Jian from the Blood Edge Empire. I welcome friends from all over the East God continent to participate in or watch this year's competition. The true Xian region's martial artists were all shocked. The venerables in the sky were actually venerables. The venerables' status among venerables was like the venerables' status among Taoists. Only high-level astral reaching realm venerables could be called venerables. This venerables Mo Jian was at least at the 7th level of astral reaching realm. For the true Xian region where even 1-star venerables were legends, this was too high up. Venerables Mogen continued, this year's competition has a total of 1,590 participants. The first round will determine the top 100, and the top 100 will be qualified to participate in the third competition held by the Great Yuan Dynasty. The second round will determine the top 10, and the top 10 will obtain the title of East God Continent's top 10 Heavens Prides. The third round will determine the top 10, and the top 10 will obtain generous rewards from the Blood Edge Empire, Black Raven Empire, and Sky Eagle Empire. The young geniuses participating in the competition were all excited upon hearing this. The rewards from the top 3 empires would definitely be extremely generous. However, only the top 10 geniuses would be rewarded. This caused 99% of the younger generation to feel despair. The difficulty was too high. Even the top 10 geniuses did not have a 100% chance of succeeding. This was because, after this competition, there was an 80% to 90% chance that one of the original 10 geniuses would be eliminated. Yixing felt that it was a pity. He was very confident in his own strength. It was hard to get first place, but it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 10. However, compared to the reward, his life was more important. He could only give up on the top 10 reward. In the sky, Reverend Mogen paused for a moment and continued, there are a total of 10 arenas in the valley. The first round of the competition will be divided into 100 groups, and each group will have their own arena. When the competition starts, leaving the arena will be considered as a failure. The last person remaining on the arena will advance to the second round. The second round of the competition would be divided into 10 groups. The rules were the same as the first round. Those who remained in the arena at the end would be the top 10 and would advance to the third round. Those who lost would have a chance to challenge someone else. In the third round of the competition, the 10 people will fight one after another. One victory will accumulate 1 point. The points will determine the rankings from 1st to 10th, and they will be rewarded accordingly. After Reverend Mogen finished speaking, he looked at the younger generation below and sized them up one by one. He continued, the chances of entering the top 100 and obtaining the right to participate in the third genius selection competition are very low. The chances of entering the top 10 and obtaining the rewards from the 3 upper rank empires are even lower. However, the younger generation participating in the competition, please don't be discouraged. It's time for the Divine Continent Mystery Realm to open again. After discussion among the 3 upper rank empires, regardless of victory or defeat, all participants will obtain the opportunity to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Realm to train. Most of the martial artists from the ordinary regions did not know about the Divine Continent Mystery Realm. However, the martial artists from the 3 upper rank empires were all excited. The Divine Continent Mystery Realm was located in the Divine Continent Mountain. Usually, only the 3 upper rank empires and 9 middle rank empires could lay their hands on this treasure ground. Even the younger generation martial artists from the lower rank empires were not qualified to enter. Although the martial artists from the ordinary regions did not know about the Divine Continent Mystery Realm, they could tell from the words that this was a treasure ground. There would definitely be benefits if they entered. All the martial artists were excited. Reverend Mogen looked at the delighted younger generation martial artists and revealed a smile on his face. He said, all right, the great meet of the younger generation of the East Divine Continent will now begin. Everyone, listen to the order and enter the arena. After speaking, Reverend Mogen stepped into the void and returned to the highest level of the guest house. At the highest level, there were more than 10 reverends. Some were ordinary reverends, while others were high-level reverends. As a high-level reverend from the Blood Edge Empire, Reverend Mogen's position was definitely at the forefront of the East Divine Continent. However, when Reverend Mogen returned to the guest house, he did not sit on the main seat in the middle. Instead, he went to the guest seat on the left side of the main seat. On the main eagle sat a young man. This person looked very young, similar to the younger generation participating in the genius selection competition. However, the aura that he exuded was not present in any of the younger generation geniuses. Even Reverend Mogen appeared weak and respectful in front of this young man. Reverend Imogen was not in a hurry to take a seat. Instead, he bowed before the young man and said, "Your Highness, the genius selection competition has begun. Please take your time to enjoy it." "Your Highness." The crown prince who could make Reverend Imogen act so respectfully was definitely not the crown prince of an empire. He could only be the crown prince of a dynasty. There was only one dynasty in the entire Star Continent, the Great Yuan dynasty. There was only one crown prince in the entire Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. Meng Yuansheng waved his hand gently and gestured for Reverend Imogen to sit down. After Reverend Imogen sat down, he said nonchalantly, "I prefer to hear people call me Yuan Sage Monarch." Yuan Sage Monarch. Meng Yuansheng, who looked like the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, was actually a monarch at the Star C grade. Upon hearing Meng Yuansheng's words, all the reverends on the highest floor of the pavilion raised their eyebrows. 29 years ago, when the Star Continent had opened, Meng Yuansheng, who was still a crown prince at that time, had swept his peers across the Star Continent, won first place, and became a son of the stars. He had entered the Star Continent and experienced a great opportunity. After that, Meng Yuansheng's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though he had remained in the astral reaching realm, it had not taken him too long. In a short span of 20 years, Meng Yuansheng had broken through to the Star C grade and become a monarch. He had become a monarch at the age of 43 and had a lifespan of 1,000 years. He had become one of the 5 youngest people in the Great Yuan dynasty to break through to the monarch realm. This is the 9th update. My ears are ringing. My chi is tired and my mind is tired. This is unbearable. However, I will persevere and continue to write the 10th update. I will do as I say. Chapter 487. The 4 people who had broken through to the monarch realm at a younger age than Meng Yuansheng happened to be the 4 4-star monarchs of the Great Yuan dynasty. The first 3 had already passed away, while the 4th was the current supreme monarch, Meng Tai. Although Meng Yuansheng's destiny was a 1-star blue destiny, everyone believed that he would eventually become a 3-star monarch with a bright future ahead of him. In the valley, the genius trials had already begun. The 10 half-step venerates in the arena read out the names of the younger martialists who would be competing in their respective arenas. There were more than a dozen martialists in each arena. 10 groups of martialists would compete at the same time, so there were more than 100 people in total. In the end, only 10 people would enter the top 100 very quickly. The seeded contestants in the top 10 groups happened to be the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. It was impossible for the top 10 young geniuses not to enter the top 100. Those who were assigned to the top 10 groups could only admit that they were unlucky. Without a doubt, all of them would be defeated. The top 10 young geniuses would advance to the second round and enter the top 100. Yixing thought to himself, "Fortunately, I wasn't assigned to the top 10 groups. Otherwise, I would have to fight against the top 10 young geniuses in order to participate in the 3rd genius trials. That would be a huge risk of exposing myself." After the top 10 groups were done, the 10 half-step venerates read out the names of groups 11 to 12. Group 11, Ying Xiangyang, Gu Tian, Li Qingqing. Group 12, Yi Binglong, Hua Ruyu, Xiao Yuan. Group 13, Zixuan, Li Qianshou, Wu Ping. When the half-step venerates in the 3rd arena read out the names, Yixing's eyes lit up and he immediately looked over at the 3rd arena. Wei Qingxian was wearing a purple robe, which was actually a man's outfit. Her black hair was tied up high in a man's hairstyle, which made her look like a handsome man. Martialists who could cultivate to the perfected person realm had sharp eyes and could naturally tell that Wei Qingxian was a woman in men's clothing. If she was a woman, she would definitely be a great beauty. However, what they were thinking was definitely not as perfect as Wei Qingxian in women's clothing. At best, she would be a great beauty, not much different from other beauties in the world. However, if Wei Qingxian really appeared in women's clothing, her stunning beauty would be completely revealed. She was much more perfect than what the martial artists had imagined. It was very difficult for a normal beauty to arouse the interest of martial artists above the sage level. However, with Wei Qingxuan's stunning appearance, it was inevitable that some martial artists would have lustful thoughts. Thus, even though she was still beautiful when she wore men's clothing, she didn't look as stunning as before. Yixing's gaze was fixed on Wei Qingxian. 2 years. He had been separated from Wei Qingxian for more than 2 years. Today, they finally met again. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was actually one level higher than Yixing's. She was at the 6th level of the astral realm. This made Yixing inwardly astonished. In terms of age, Wei Qingxian was 2 years younger than Yixing. She should be 17 years old this year, but she was already a 6-star sage. This cultivation speed was really shocking. Yixing was 19 years old and was already a 5th-star sage. He already felt that it was very heaven-defying. None of the martial artists of the same generation he had met could compare to him. However, Wei Qingxian was an exception. If Yixing knew that Wei Qingxian had also awakened her constellation, and that she was the reincarnation of an almighty, she had the memories of her previous life, the supreme destiny, and the supreme comprehension ability, Yixing wouldn't have thought of comparing himself with Wei Qingxian. He entered the martial Dao at the age of 16, which was a late start. In the early stages, it was impossible for him to reach Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed. Even if he had enough opportunities, he still couldn't compare to her. The path of martial Dao became more difficult as one progressed. Only in the later stages of the path of martial Dao, when Wei Qingxuan's advantage weakened, Yixing might have the hope of surpassing Wei Qingxian. The seeded contestants in the 11th to 20th groups were basically the rising stars of the recent 1 or 2 years. These rising stars all had the strength to challenge the top 10 proud sons of heaven. How could the other warriors be a match for them? Naturally, they were all defeated. These rising stars followed in the footsteps of the top 10 proud sons of heaven and entered the top 100, advancing to the second round. Wei Qingxian was fighting on the stage, so she didn't notice that at the end of the valley, Yixing was watching her. After winning the battle, Wei Qingxian left the stage and returned to the Blood Edge Empire's area. Yixing couldn't see her. The younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire was led by Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue. Wei Qingxian was a rising star. Before their positions were challenged, they could only stay behind them. When Wei Qingxian returned, the cold expression on Mo Tong's face disappeared. He turned and smiled at Wei Qingxian. Mo Tong said, "Zixuan, work hard. With your strength, you have a high chance of entering the top 10. If you enter the top 10 prodigies, our Blood Edge Empire will have 3 people in it. We will surpass the Black Raven Empire and become the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent." Mo Tong was the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent. He was the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent. He was proud and arrogant. Even among the top 10 prodigies, he didn't put many of them in his eyes. He was cold to most of them. However, Mo Tong was different to Zixuan, who had risen rapidly in the past 2 years. He was envied by countless female prodigies in the Blood Edge Empire. However, Zixuan didn't have any feelings for Mo Tong. She was cold to him, just like how Mo Tong was cold to the others. Zixuan said coldly, "I'll be satisfied if I can enter the top 100. The competition for the top 10 is too fierce. I don't have the mood." Mo Tong shook his head and said, "Sigh, Zixuan, entering the top 10 and becoming one of the top 10 prodigies is such an honor." Mo Tong was talking excitedly at the side. Zixuan couldn't hear him at all. She was looking at the 3rd stage where she was just now. The half-step hierarch on the 3rd stage said, "Group 33, Mo Yang, Beigong Yifun, Yixing." "Yixing, is it him?" Wei Qingxian murmured in her heart. When the half-martial highness uttered Yixing's name, he immediately discovered a young man wearing a black shirt flying into the ring. The young man was handsome and had a heroic aura. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who else could it be but Yixing? It's really him. I haven't seen him for more than 2 years and he has reached Star Realm level 5. He's only 1 level lower than me. How did he do it? Wei Qingxian looked at Yixing in shock. Others didn't know how talented Wei Qingxian was and how good her cultivation conditions were. However, Wei Qingxian knew it very well. When she broke through to the Martial Saint realm, her memory was awakened once. When she broke through to the Enlightened Person realm, her memory was awakened again. She knew that she was the reincarnation of an extremely powerful Almighty. When she was alive, she was stronger than a king, stronger than a quasi-god. Here's the latest update. I hope you can vote for it. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, brothers and sisters. Chapter 488. On the third ring, all the cultivators whose names were called had come up. There was a total of 16 of them. Only one of them would be able to enter the top 100, while the other 15 would be disqualified. Among the 16, there was 1 6-star sage, 3 5-star sage, 5 4-star sage, and 7 3-star sage. Without a doubt, the 6-star sage Mo Yang was the seeded contestant in this group. Not only did he have the highest cultivation, but he was also a genius from the upper rank empire, Shuefeng Empire. Other than Mo Yang, the other 3 5-star sage could also enter the top 100. After all, the genius competition was a gathering of all the geniuses in the Eastern Divine Continent. It was not rare to find geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Even the 72 lower districts had geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Some even had more than one. However, the cultivators from the lower districts had lower cultivation levels. Most of them were 3-star sage, and the stronger ones were 4-star sage. There were only a few 5-star sage. Even though they had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels, they had no hope of entering the top 100. The 1,590 participants were divided into 100 groups. Each group had either 16 or 15 people, with at least 1 6-star sage or a 5-star sage whose strength was comparable to a 6-star sage. Without the strength of a 6-star sage, it was impossible to enter the top 100. The difference between the lower and upper districts was obvious in the genius selection. Even the geniuses from the lower districts who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels would be suppressed by the geniuses from the upper districts. Not to mention that the geniuses from the upper districts also had geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. In comparison, the geniuses from the lower districts were much weaker. The half-step Martial Highness on the third ring stepped aside and yelled, "Those who fall off the ring lose. The last one standing will be the winner and enter the top 100. Begin." Whoosh 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 whoosh. As soon as the half-step Martial Highness gave the order, all the cultivators on the third ring activated their astrology. In an instant, more than 10 stars floated in the air, shining brightly. Not only the third ring, but the other rings also began to battle. All of them were using their astrology. The sky above the valley was filled with stars. Bang bang bang, the moment the battle began, the 3 stars venerables were in trouble. They were the primary targets. Under the attacks of the 4 stars venerables and 5 stars venerables, the 3 stars venerables were basically unable to put up any resistance. One by one, they were blasted off the stage. Yixing also used the flame astrology in order to not appear too special. However, he did not use the power of the great power of fire. Even so, his strength was still extremely powerful. With a push of his palms, Venerable 3-star was sent flying by the Gang Qi. Whoosh, suddenly, a saber light flashed and slashed toward Yixing's head. This saber strike was fast and ruthless. The attacker was a 5-star Venerable, Beigong Yifan. At this time, all the 3 stars Venerable had been blasted out of the third arena. Yixing wanted to blast away a few more Venerable 4 stars Venerable, but Beigong Yili suddenly attacked him, so he had no choice but to deal with him. Flaming Dipper Fist. Yixing wore a high-grade spirit artifact glove as he punched out. The flaming fist aura collided with the blade aura. The flaming fist aura was cut in half. Beigong Yifan came from the Beilan Empire, a middle-ranked empire. Although he was only a 5-star enlightened master, the weapon in his hand was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Bang! The treasured saber and the flaming glove collided with a loud explosion. Beigong Yifan did not gain any advantage in the collision between a top-grade spirit artifact and a high-grade spirit artifact. His treasured saber trembled and his body was sent flying backward by Yixing's punch. Although he did not use the power of the great power of fire, Yixing used the flame astrology to perform the flaming fist. Even a 6-star enlightened master would find it difficult to block Yixing's fist. Beigong Yifan certainly could not withstand the power of Yixing's punch. Beigong Yifan was sent flying out of the arena. His eyes flashed with disbelief. His strength was invincible among the 5-star enlightened masters. He was an existence that could contend with a 6-star enlightened master. How could he be sent flying with a single punch? Seeing that Yixing sent Beigong Yifan flying with a single punch, the 6-star enlightened master Mo Yang's attention immediately fell on Yixing. He regarded Yixing as his most powerful opponent. However, Mo Yang was not in a hurry to deal with Yixing. Instead, he attacked the other younger martial artists. Yixing did the same. Soon, all the 4-star enlightened masters were sent flying out of the arena. The 5-star enlightened master was no exception. In the third arena, only Yixing and Mo Yang were left fighting for the top 100 positions. Mo Yang looked at Yixing with a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and said, "I didn't expect to meet a worthy opponent in the competition for the top 100 positions." In the Blood Edge Empire's area, Wei Qingxuan's eyes were fixed on Yixing beside her. Mo Tong said excitedly, "This kid should be a younger generation from the lower district. He's actually a 5-star enlightened master and has the ability to challenge those above his level. Interesting." Unfortunately, his opponent is Mo Yang. Mo Yang's strength is above average among the 6-star enlightened masters. There aren't many 6-star enlightened masters who can defeat him. If this kid meets a weaker 6-star enlightened master, he might have a chance to enter the top 100. But against Mo Yang, he has no chance at all. Wei Qingxian, who had been ignoring Mo Tong all this while, suddenly spoke up, "Mo Yang will lose." Mo Tong frowned, and then he revealed a smile and said, "Zixuan, since you think that kid will win, then how about we make a bet? If I win, you agree to a condition of mine, and if you win, I agree to a condition of yours." Zixuan shook her head and said, "Although you will lose, I won't bet with you." Mo Tong chuckled and said, "In terms of destiny, you have a higher chance. But in terms of strength and insight, you are not as good as me. Just wait and see, Mo Yang will win." At this moment, on the third arena, Yixing and Mo Yang had already started to fight. Supreme Class Spiritual Weapon, Fierce Blood Claw. Supreme Class Spiritual Weapon, Flame Fist. In terms of martial arts, Mo Yang had a higher chance. But in terms of martial arts attainment, Yixing had the upper hand. Plus, Yixing's flame astrology was at the peak of the upper class astrology. His spiritual level Supreme Class Falling Star incantation had reached the 5th level. The strength of his astral energy was even stronger than that of a 6-star enlightened master. Even though Mo Yang's gloves were Supreme Class spiritual weapons, he was still forced to retreat after the collision. Fierce Blood-Killing Claw. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Both of them performed their best moves. Mo Yang clawed out and a crimson-red claw shadow shot out. Yixing punched out and a fire dragon and a fire tiger appeared. The roar of the dragon shook the sky. Boom, the two of them collided again and a terrifying airwave spread out in all directions. That terrifying shockwave hit Mo Yang again and again. Mo Yang could not withstand it and his body was instantly knocked out of the arena. In the third arena, only Yixing was left. He had made it into the top 100. The rest of the people were all eliminated. The next few days will be a normal update. 2 chapters a day. Rest, rest. Starting from the 25th, it will explode until the end of the month. Begging for another monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 489. Yixing was the first 5-star Venerate to defeat a 6-star Venerate and enter the top 100, so he naturally attracted the attention of a large number of spectators. Among the martialists of the Blood Edge Empire, Wei Qingshuan's lips curled into a faint smile. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. On the other hand, Mo Tong's face was ashen as he glared at Yixing unhappily. The half-step Venerate on the third platform looked at Yixing in surprise before announcing the result. Yixing wins and enters the top 100. Yixing returned to the True Xian region martialists from the third platform. Yang Gang patted him on the shoulder excitedly and said, "Haha. I knew that you would definitely enter the top 100. Although it was certain that Yixing would enter the top 100, many martialists of the True Xian region were still very excited. It was very difficult to enter the top 100 of the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition. Even the junior geniuses of low-grade empires would find it difficult to enter the top 100. The True Xian region was only one of the 72 lower regions, so entering the top 100 was already a heaven-defying achievement. At the very least, the True Xian region could be considered proud and envious among the 72 lower regions. Affected by the laughter, even the Bones sect and the other evil path cultivators, who didn't like Yixing, smiled, feeling happy in their hearts. Entering the top 100 was the glory of the entire True Xian region. At the highest level of the pavilion, Dayuan's crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, had a clear view of the entire valley. After the half-step Venerate announced the result of Yixing's victory on the third platform, Meng Yuansheng's gaze locked onto Yixing. Meng Yuansheng said, "Is this person called Yixing?" Mo Jian cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Yuan Sage Monarch." Meng Yuansheng asked, "Do you have any information about him?" Mo Jian replied, "I'll check it out right away." The Great Yuan dynasty was the only dynasty in the Star Continent and the master of all the forces in the world. Both the emperor and the sect masters of the various empires were subjects of the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuansheng nodded. After Reverend Mo Jian left, Reverend Yang Gu, Reverend Wu Ji, and Reverend Dried Bones were summoned for questioning. Moreover, the martial artists from the Green Feather Domain and the Azure Dragon Domain, which were near the True Xian Domain, were also questioned. Not long after, Mo Jian returned to the top floor of the pavilion and reporting to Yuan Sage King, "I have already inquired about his information. The information has been verified by various parties and should be true." Meng Yuansheng nodded. "Speak." Honorable Lord Mo Jian said, "Yixing is from the True Xian Domain. He was born in a humble family and is the son of the patriarch of a very small martial arts family. At first, his performance was mediocre, but later on, his bloodline underwent atavism and his destiny awakened. He rose rapidly on the path of martial arts and became the #1 genius of the younger generation in the True Xian Domain. Before he was 20 years old, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the astral realm. It is said that Yixing has a venerable behind him who is nurturing him." Meng Yuansheng looked at Mo Jian and said, "Is he really the son of a martial arts family? Did he grow up in the family? Are you sure?" Honorable Lord Mo Jian nodded. "This matter is confirmed." Si Kongyan deduced that the chaotic era demon star came from outer space. 2,000 years ago, there had been people from outer space who had come to the Star Continent. For the Great Yuan dynasty, this was also a chaotic era demon star who had tried to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuansheng's first impression of the visitors from outer space was of the founder of the Dark Star sect 2,000 years ago. However, when he saw that Yixing was a member of a small martial arts family in the True Xian region, his doubts were dispelled. The Great Yuan dynasty attached great importance to the chaotic era demon star that had appeared this time. They had spent 3 years organizing a genius selection competition for the entire Star Continent in order to accurately find the chaotic era demon star and kill it in one fell swoop. Before determining the chaotic era demon star, they couldn't act rashly. If they caught a genius with the surname Yi and killed him, they were afraid that there would be bad consequences. Of course, the Great Yuan dynasty wasn't worried that some geniuses with the surname Yi would rebel against them. Instead, they were worried that the chaotic era demon star wouldn't be killed and would become vigilant and not appear again. The Great Yuan dynasty wasn't afraid of killing the wrong person, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find the chaotic era demon star. If the chaotic era demon star had hidden his identity and changed his name to participate in the genius selection competition, how could the Great Yuan dynasty not know the Great Yuan dynasty's motive? What the Great Yuan dynasty hadn't expected was that the Dark Stars sect had already found the chaotic era demon star. Yi Xing, the chaotic era demon star, was very clear about their motive. Therefore, Yi Xing didn't use a fake name to participate in the genius selection competition. If he used a fake name and was found out, it would expose him. Therefore, he used his real name to participate in the competition. As long as the Great Yuan dynasty couldn't confirm that he was the chaotic era demon star, they wouldn't act rashly. Yi Xing was very sure about this. The Dark Star sect was also very sure. The Great Yuan dynasty had spent a lot of money, so they definitely wouldn't give up halfway. Unless they were certain of someone, they would definitely wait until the third genius selection competition. If the chaotic era demon star dared to participate in the third genius selection competition, his motive would definitely be for the luck of the star continent and the opportunity to go to the outer realm star continent. Then, he would have to go all out and fight for a ranking. Whoever was the chaotic era demon star would have nowhere to hide in the third genius selection competition. Unless the chaotic era demon star gave up this opportunity and didn't participate in the third genius selection competition. But then, whoever gave up would also be a suspect. Unless the chaotic era demon star didn't participate in the genius selection competition from the beginning, then he would be able to escape the Great Yuan dynasty's investigation. 10 groups of matches were held at the same time. 100 groups of matches were held 10 times, so it didn't take long for the competition to end. The winners of the 100 groups of matches became the top 100 and obtained the right to participate in the third genius selection competition. After the top 100 were determined, the second round of matches began. The top 100 were divided into 10 groups and held at the same time in 10 arenas. The first place of each arena entered the top 10, while the rest were eliminated. The names of the 10 groups were quickly distributed. Except for the 10 heavens favorites who were divided into different groups, the rest were randomly distributed. Mo Tong, Yi Wuyan, Ying Changkong, Mo Mingyue, Yi Wuxue, Wu Yuanzheng, Shang Buqiuan, Beigong Yidao, Hu Jiaoyang, and Qi Yunfen. The 10 heavens favorites were divided into groups 1, 2, and 10. As for the rising stars, Yi Binglong was in group 5, Zi Xian was in group 6, Shi Jianyu was in group 7, Ying Xiangyang was in group 8, Feng Jianlu was in group 9, and King Kong was in group 10. The higher the ranking of the 10 heavens favorites, the stronger they were. The 6 rising stars were arranged in the last 6 groups to give them a chance to fight for the 10 heavens favorites position. As for groups 1 to 4, they were the top 4 of the 10 heavens favorites. Without a doubt, they were death groups. Yi Xing was in group 4. Chapter 490. The fourth group didn't have any outstanding newcomers, but there was Mo Mingyue, who was ranked 4th among the top 10 geniuses. The young geniuses who could enter the top 100 had battle power at least at the level of a 6-star sage. Although the rules of this round were the same as the first round, with only one winner entering the next round, the process was slightly different. In the last round, the entire group of martial artists went up the stage and attacked together, leaving the last one. This round obviously couldn't be like that. Otherwise, if 9 martial artists joined hands first, even if the last one had the strength of a 7-star sage, he would still be eliminated. The second round was a one-on-one battle. The final winner would enter the top 10 and enter the third round. Each group consisted of 10 juniors. They would fight in pairs. First, they would be divided into 5 teams. The 5 winners would be the seeded contestants. The other 4 would be divided into 2 teams. The 2 winners would continue to fight. The winners would fight against the seeded contestants to fight for first place. The winner would enter the top 10. Yixing's first opponent was Ying Xiangtian from Sky Eagle Empire. He was also a 5-star sage, and had the ability to fight above his realm. The first battle was between Mo Mingyue and a 6-star sage. Mo Mingyue easily won with 1 move. The second battle was between Yixing and Ying Xiangtian. On the 4th stage, Ying Xiangtian looked at Yixing with a smile, a mere lower region junior. It's not easy to become a 5-star sage, and it's even harder to defeat a 6-star sage. Unfortunately, you met me, Ying Xiangtian. Otherwise, you might have lost a bit later. As a genius of an upper-rank empire and a 5-star sage, he could also fight above his realm. However, Ying Xiangtian still thought that he was a bit stronger and superior. Yixing's expression was normal as he said, "Please enlighten me." Among the spectators, there were astral-reaching realm experts. Yixing didn't want to go easy on them and let them see through his trick. He didn't use the power of heaven and earth, nor did he use the super brain to scan. He only used the fire star form and his flame dipper fist at perfection. In this state, he would attack with all his strength. As for whether he would win or lose, it would depend on the opponent. Eagle soars the sky. As soon as Ying Xiangtian made his move, he used his astrology and took out an extreme-grade spirit spear. He performed one of the ultimate moves of the flying eagle spear technique. Astral shattering the world. Yixing also used the fire astrology. Wearing the blazing flame gloves, he punched out like a needle against an awl. The eagle in the sky was shattered by the flaming fist. Yixing strode forward, but Ying Xiangtian's figure shook and he retreated 3 steps. Ying Xiangtian was shocked. His opponent's strength was even higher than his. Thinking of what he had said just now, his face burned. "Take this. Wild Eagle Strike." Ying Xiangtian gave a loud shout, his supreme-grade spirit weapon spear stabbing out again and again, bringing out layers upon layers of spear shadows, all of which transformed into flying eagle spear auras, attacking Yixing layer upon layer. In an instant, Yixing disappeared within the flying eagle spear aura and was completely submerged. Yixing stood there, motionless like a mountain. His body was like a mountain, the astral chi revolved, and the chi burst out, pushing in all directions, rushing up a layer of chi waves. Fire burns the 9 heavens. In an instant, Yixing's fist shadows were heavy as he performed one of the ultimate moves of the blazing flame fist. The power of an upper-grade spirit martial technique at the perfection stage was not inferior to that of an extreme-grade spirit martial technique at the minor success stage. Moreover, the perfection stage spirit martial technique was much smoother and more flexible. Bang 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 bang, a series of explosions sounded as the flying eagle spear aura was smashed into pieces by the layers of flaming fist auras. Yixing strode forward. When all the spear auras were destroyed, Yixing had already arrived in front of Ying Xiangtian. "Go down." Yixing gave a loud shout and punched out with both fists. The terrifying flaming fist energy was like 2 fire dragons, instantly attacking Ying Xiangtian. Ying Xiangtian swept his extreme-grade spirit spear aura horizontally like a wall, but it could not block the power of Yixing's 2 fists. Boom, the spear aura collapsed and Ying Xiangtian flew out of the arena. Yixing won. Next, there were 3 more battles in this group. However, Yixing retreated to the side and did not pay attention. Instead, his gaze turned to the 6th arena. It was Wei Qingshuan's turn to fight in the 6th arena. As if she had sensed something, Wei Qingxian also glanced at the 4th arena. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She glanced over and then withdrew her gaze. Wei Qingshuan's opponent was a 6-star perfected person from the ancient Shang Empire. His name was Shang Ziyan. Shang Ziyan was dressed in white, with a jade belt around his waist. He wore a jade crown on his head and held a black fan in his hand. He looked very elegant, like a young master. However, although Shang Zian was dressed very elegantly, he looked very ordinary. His face was thin, and the outline of his bones was completely visible. He looked neither human nor human. Shang Zian shook his black shoulders lightly, his gaze sweeping over Wei Qingshuan's body. He laughed and said, "Junior sister, your skin is as white as snow, and you have a face like a flower. Why are you wearing men's clothes? What a bummer." Wei Qingxian said coldly, "It's none of your business." Shang Zian laughed and said, "If you wear women's clothes and make me happy, maybe I'll let you win this round." Wei Qingxian interrupted Shang Zian's words, "Just you alone." Shang Zian was looked down upon by Wei Qingxian. His face was angry. In a flash, a starlight flew out from between his eyebrows and he shouted, "Me." The starlight in the sky turned into a huge water star. This star was a vast ocean, with extremely surging water star power. It was definitely the first grade among the upper-class stars. The corner of Wei Qingshuan's mouth curled up. Until now, she had not used her astrology. Shang Zian saw that Wei Qingxian did not even use her astrology and was even more furious. He shouted, "Arrogant, I'll let you have a taste of the power of the 9 styles of the soaring dragon." While speaking, Shang Zian waved the black house in his hand. The horrible water star power fell and condensed with the water star power, turning into a huge water dragon, rushing towards Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was wearing a pair of white gloves, which was a top-grade spiritual weapon. She gently patted with her palm. In an instant, the cold wind blew and the sky was full of snow. The temperature of the entire arena was instantly lowered to the extreme. The water dragon was swept by Wei Qingshuan's ice palm wind and suddenly turned into an ice dragon, stopping in its tracks. Shang Zian looked shocked. What a horrible ice power! The chill from the ice dragon almost froze the star power in his body. 9 dragons soaring in the sky. Shang Zian shouted and displayed the unique skill of the 9 styles of the soaring dragon. In an instant, 9 water dragons appeared at the same time, attacking Wei Qingxian. "Let's see how you can resist." Shang Zian sneered. Wei Qingshuan's face was cold. In an instant, a starlight flew out from between her eyebrows and turned into a star of ice and snow, suspended in the air. The ice star power fell, and the temperature in the air dropped even more. "Freeze!" Wei Qingxian shouted, and the horrible ice energy spread out. The 9 water dragons all turned into ice dragons, and Shang Zian instantly turned into an ice sculpture. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.